Welcome to the Take studio. Ding and Gukesh, they are tied after 5 games in the World Chess Championship match. But today, you guys, today is Game 6, and in World Chess Championship history, we know that Game 6 always brings drama.
Oh, better.
Ding is way better.
Oh, that's pretty significant. Black pawn is only 2 steps away now from becoming a new queen.
Gukesh now, he played this move very quickly.
There's no way for Gukesh to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. I am shocked.
Yesterday, Jon Ludvig was shocked. Today, how are you feeling, Jon Ludvig, heading into Game 6?
I just want to say that was edited out of context, and that there was a way to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen, and we were analyzing something that did in fact not happen. But there was a certain lack of ambition there from Ding, and it's a bit concerning. Because we have now multiple times seen situations where Ding creates chances for himself only to kind of then say, let's just make a draw. And if this continues, then you assume that Ding cannot win the match because you're not going to win the match by drawing every game. However, as long as he doesn't lose, he's still very much in it, and he's the one generating chances for himself, more so than Gukesh.
Jon Ludvig, Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer is our expert here in the studio, and next to him is FIDE Women Master Maud, who is in charge of doing the text commentary in the Take app. So 5 games down, how will you sum it up so far, Maud?
I think that it's been very interesting. I've been listening to a lot of these different grandmasters kind of describing that, oh, maybe they could have tried more. But I feel like all of the games, even the ones that have ended in a draw, I feel like there was something to kind of take away. And I actually think it's just interesting to see what openings they choose, when they choose to kind of take their risks. And it's such a long match, so you don't know when Ding is gonna strike.
Yeah.
And maybe that will be today.
Yeah. Yesterday, Game 5, we had Gukesh with the white pieces. Who should be the most happy at this point, Jon Ludvig, with how the match is going?
Well, I think Ding has to be the happier of the two. Many people felt that with Gukesh's form coming into the championship and Ding struggling in his tournaments, that Gukesh might potentially just wipe Ding off the board. That has not happened at all. If anything, Ding is the one who's closer to having the lead in the match, so I think Ding should be happy about where we are.
Yeah, we're very lucky to have both Jon Ludvig and Maud here to take us through every single game in the Take studio and in the Take app, and we're also very lucky to do recaps every day or post-game shows together with Magnus Carlsen and Levi Rosman. And let's hear what Magnus and Levi yesterday anticipated for today's Game 6.
Game 6 always delivers, as
That's
they say. It
true.
has delivered in previous years, yeah. So, I mean, I feel like in the spirit of this, Magnus once played like an 8-hour game on Game 6. I remember that was a day that I made many different plans, like to go and have a tennis lesson, and I had to sort of slowly cancel all those plans because I had to stay and watch the game. But I feel like this match almost has the storyline like tomorrow will be the shortest game in the history of the World Championship. It's just that that's where we're headed. But who knows? Maybe we'll get a 7-hour battle.
Yeah. What do you think, Magnus? Yeah, Game 6. I mean, you've been through this 5 times. It's something special with that Game 6.
Yeah, but as Levi said, it's probably more likely that they'll sort of break negative records than positive records in that sense. Because, I don't think Ding will take a lot of chances. Like, he will have some kind of mini try, I think, like he did in the last game, and then. The way the match is going, I don't see him rocking the boat with the white pieces now. So my prediction would be that it's a very quiet draw if Gukesh can navigate whatever idea he has.
They're very strict, our pundits, Magnus and Levy, anticipating negative records for Game 6 today, Jon Ludvig. Do you agree or do you disagree with them?
I agree with them. I think the way the match has unfolded, Ding has had interesting ideas as white, but he hasn't really managed to capitalize on it, partly because Gukesh has defended very, very well in response. And Ding has also been, at some point, maybe also overly eager to just clarify the situation if he feels like, okay, I no longer have the better position. I'm just going to try and make this game a draw as quickly as possible. We have seen the trend. The win for Ding, the win for Gukesh was both when Gukesh had the white pieces. So there is that trend that Gukesh's white games has come across as more exciting so far.
Well, let's start to anticipate what we can expect from the opening here today. And it is December 1st, everyone. So we're getting into the holiday spirits in the Take studio. Take a look at our physical chessboard here in the studio. We have a little visitor. It's the elf on the shelf. And he is here expecting a bonk cloud opening. This is very controversial, Jon Ludvig.
I did not know that the elf was associated with Hikaru.
Maybe it's Hikaru sending him.
Yeah, that is definitely not something I think Ding is going to experiment with today.
That would be the most exciting way that Game 6 could open. So, yeah, I don't think that the elf on the shelf is going to be right in his prediction.
And just to explain, like the bonk cloud, what's happening on this board, Jon Ludvig? Why is it so controversial?
Well, the elf has moved White's king one step forward on move 2, which loses White the right to castle, but the king also now blocks the development of the bishop and the queen. It is the worst possible move in that situation.
So in this situation with the black pieces, Gukesh would basically just win if he doesn't sort of accept the bonk cloud.
Yes.
And what if we're going to have like a full-on bonk cloud like we had with Magnus and Hikaru at some point? What would Gukesh then do?
Well, then the black king would copy White's. And when the white king steps forward, the black king would step forward as well. And then, excuse me, Mr. Elf, the king would step back and back, and you would go back and forth.
And that would be a draw. Let's hope that doesn't happen. It probably won't. We can see now that Ding and Gukesh, they have arrived. Gukesh, in his typical Zen mode, is closing his eyes, sitting behind the black pieces in Singapore today. Ding Liren is leaning forwards over the white pieces. He is the one to make the first move today. It's going to start in only 2 minutes. So you guys, we're ready to kick off Game 6. So what do you expect then? What do you expect in the opening, Jon Ludvig?
Well, so far, Ding has pushed his king's pawn 2 steps forward. But he said in the press conference that is very unusual for him to make that move. Ding's primary move is the queen's pawn 2 steps forward, but he hasn't tried that yet so far. In fact, in the game 3, Ding moved his game 4. Ding moved his knight out early, and basically both of the previous white games, Ding has really held back the advance of his queen's pawn, which is unusual for him, but this is how these World Championship matches work. You try to surprise your opening, and so therefore you often end up not playing what you normally do.
All right. Well, let's see what it's going to be. We do see some opening ceremony happening in Singapore. There was an opening move being made, but the piece has gone back, and we are waiting now. We have the handshake. Gukesh, he hits the clock.
It's d4 from Ding.
All right. Here we go.
So finally, Ding returns to his most common opening, but this is the first time he's playing this in 3 attempts. So Ding is really going through the different acceptable first move options for white. Gukesh brings his knight into the game. We've spoken about this previously, that it's the most common move in this situation because it's so flexible. This is the best positioning for the knight, but it depends on and you kind of want to do that and then see what white is planning before you determine how to place your pawns. Bishop out from Ding. This is the London opening.
That's what I wanted to ask you. At what time do we say that this is the London system? But you already say that on Bishop f4.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should wait to say it after pawn to d5.
Okay.
Because I guess technically, I would put it on Bishop f4. This is putting the bishop here this early on. Has become very popular over the past couple of years. And one of the people who popularized it was Magnus Carlsen. But Magnus didn't consider it initially as good enough to play in classical chess. He only played it in the World Blitz and Rapid Championships. But then other people kind of piled on it and said, well, Magnus is winning all of these games. Maybe we'll try it in classical chess as well. It's also extremely popular at lower levels because there are a lot of YouTube videos and tutorials advocating playing this for white. Gukesh, he moves his pawn 2 steps forward in the middle of the board. Sensible play, gaining control in the middle. Ding, he played his pawn in front of his king, 1 step forward, opening up for his bishop. Then Gukesh responds in kind, also him, 1 step forward in front of his king. What's interesting about Gukesh's move, more so than Ding's, is that Ding has already played his bishop on the front side of his pawns. So the white pawns are on the dark squares in the middle, but the dark squared bishop kind of first got out before the door shut behind it. Whereas Gukesh, on the other hand, he has all his central pawns on the light squares, but he played his pawn 1 step forward in the middle at a point where that pawn is now blocking his own bishop. So right now, this becomes a struggle between these two queenside bishops. And whether it is beneficial or not for Ding to have gotten his bishop into the game before kind of blocking the exit. The knight moves out from Ding. Gukesh challenges with his pawn in towards the middle of the board. And Ding uses his pawn to protect the square where Gukesh was challenging with his pawn. Now, interestingly, Gukesh chooses to go with his bishop early on, going for a trade with the white bishop. And now Ding exploits the fact that this bishop can be undefended in certain variations by giving a check on the black king. And normally, in response to the white bishop giving a check on the king, you want to use your own bishop to prevent that check. But you cannot do that at this moment because then your queen's defense of your other bishop would be interrupted and the white bishop would come in and capture blacks. So because of the timing for Gukesh with putting the bishops up against each other, his only way to stop the check on the king is to move the knight in the way, making sure that the queen is still protecting the bishop. And this creates a
take.
Oh!
But you can show it on the board first, Jon Ludvig.
And it hasn't actually happened.
It has
It has happened.
Okay.
I cannot keep the pace of the players because they're playing very, very quickly. So bishop takes knight. This is a very interesting situation because it creates an imbalance with how the pawn formation is. And after bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight, then Ding goes for the trade of the bishops, and that is the take
There we have it.
situation. And in fact, there's a fourth take in that because the black queen had to recapture in the middle.
And I guess also it's more natural that there will be kind of 4 takes once we start having some trades like this. But we've already had the take situation in move 8.
But the question is that the most exciting thing that's going to happen today for us to be able to click the take?
Yeah, because I don't think it was very promising in a way that all of these trades just happened. But like Jon Ludvig said,
I think it's very interesting. I think people are constantly underestimating Ding's openings with white. His problem is more that he's unambitious at a later stage, but I do feel like Ding has gotten some optimism in the studio for every white game. It's just been, the kind of advantage that requires extremely accurate play moving forward, and that Ding hasn't delivered. In any case, the queen moved out on the side of the board from Ding. So Ding is trying to target these black pawns. These black pawns are possible weaknesses in the position, because one of the main things about the trade between the bishop and the knight is that after this trade, because Gukesh no longer has a pawn on this b file, the advantage of that is he can potentially use his rook to point down towards the other half of the board. But the disadvantage is that you no longer have a pawn that can protect in towards these squares. So now Ding is trying to focus a lot of his pressure on these 2 pawns, but rather also these 2 squares, because the pawn in from the side is not able to offer defenses there anymore. And Gukesh, he castles his king, and at this point, queen 1 step back from Ding. This is looking promising for Ding already, because now his queen is pointing towards the black pawn, but the black pawn cannot capture whites because there's a pin. If the pawn moves, then the white queen will be able to capture blacks, and so when the pawn cannot move, having it be threatened by both white's pawn and the white queen is an issue. And here the knight moves up in the center of the board from Gukesh, the knight then offering defense to the black pawn that was under attack, and now Ding plays instantly in return, and he moves his knight backwards, but he's challenging the black knight. And if this black knight is taken out, then the black pawn will have trouble afterwards. And both players seem to be still in their preparation because they are playing quickly at this point. This is a very complicated position, yet both Ding and Gukesh are playing instantly. Gukesh tries to exploit the fact that the white king has not gotten out of the center of the board. He puts his pawn 1 step forward in the middle, and this is a sacrifice. Gukesh sacrifices 2 pawns. 1 pawn, 2 pawn. It's unclear how many pawns he's sacrificing, but something is definitely getting captured, because now after knight takes knight, which is what Ding played, then the pawn takes back, and here Ding can, with his queen, capture the black pawn that he has been targeting throughout this opening. But the problem with this is that then Gukesh will move his queen over to the king's side of the board. And here Gukesh will threaten in towards the white pawn. And if white castles, then the bishop will be able to join the attack. The bishop cannot be captured because that would put the white king in check. And if the pawn steps one step forward, then the bishop can capture the rook. So this is some very tricky stuff.
Whoa.
Ding is actually taking quite a big risk here in the way that he hasn't castled his king. He doesn't have any pieces close to his own king. And Gukesh is making sacrifices, and Ding is making counter sacrifices. Because now what happened is that the queen did come in and capture the black pawn. Right now, Ding is up a pawn in the situation, but after the queen moves over to attack the white pawn, it becomes a problem. How do you defend against this? But Ding, he is still within what he had studied before the game, and he moves his knight in towards the center of the board. He allows his own pawn to be captured, but if Gukesh captures that pawn, Ding will castle his king to the other side, to the side of the board where he still has pawns and where he still has pieces to defend the king. And this is extra exciting, because if this situation happens, then the white rooks will have a clear path down towards the black king to attack there. And this has happened. This has happened. So the queen did, from that situation we had, the queen did accept the counter sacrifice. So now it's equal on number of pawns. Gukesh sacrificed a pawn, and then Ding sacrificed it back.
And look at the bar, it's jumping back and forth.
And after castling, both players seem to be within the stuff they prepared before the game, but it's an incredibly complicated position where right now Gukesh captures another pawn. So Gukesh was down a pawn, but now he's captured 2 pawns in a row. However, there are also 2 black pawns under attack in the middle. Actually, 3 black pawns under attack in the middle of the board. But there's also another white pawn under attack. This opening has been wild, and both players playing incredibly quickly. Yeah. Both players having anticipated this, despite the fact that I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, check the databases, because I had to just type as quickly as I could. And now that when we were kind of...
I think we were in a new situation really early on.
Okay, then we need to use the novelty button. Because today we have that as well. We have mistake and novelty.
We need to figure out when.
Yeah, I know. I should have been trying to follow this at the same time, but there was so much going on.
No. You have your...
Okay, a pawn has been taken in the middle. Another pawn. This one.
They're continuing at an amazing pace.
Is it take situation again? No, wait, not yet. One more pawn and then we're...
Well, but nothing is
okay.
Attack.
Whoa. Okay. Okay, so it was just a take. There's too much to...
Ding captured 2 pawns. Gukesh has captured 2 pawns. Gukesh still has 2 pawns that are being threatened by the white pieces. And there's also an open file towards the black king. To me, this feels very dangerous for Gukesh. And the fact that the kings have castled to opposite sides is usually pretty exciting. It means that we're going to have some attacking chess.
And now it's Ding who has a doubled pawn. So Gukesh had one, and then he lost one of them, and now it's Ding.
Gukesh had 2.
Yeah, this is a game of doubled pawns. I'm happy I can use the terms doubled pawns in the app, and then we have like this definition functionality that you can click on the word and then you have it explained. Because I couldn't explain doubled pawns that many times in that many moves. So,
well, Game 6 is already delivering the drama, you guys. Gukesh now in deep thought. We can see him sitting in Singapore with his eyes closed, thinking about his next move. He is in move 16. The players have 2 hours each to reach move 41. And after that, they get 30 minutes plus an extra 30 seconds after each move to finish off the game. Remember, a couple games ago, Ding was not able to reach move 41 with his 2 hours, and he lost on time. That was dramatic, but we have drama here in Game 6, as always in World Chess Championship history. Jon Ludvig just figured something out.
Yeah, so the pawn one step forward in the middle, that was a novelty.
Really?
Yeah.
That early on?
But the game then became... we have one of these situations where there are more than one novelty in the game.
And that's because we're defining novelty as the first time a move is played in a certain position. And then somehow we've had this, what we call in chess a transposition, that we've kind of arrived at the same position but through a different sequence of moves. And then another new move is being played. So now we need to know what's the next novelty, Jon Ludvig?
The next novelty is... I'm desperately trying to figure this out. So then so basically in some other games, the knight moved forward in the middle and then the pawn stepped forward. We have to go through this opening a bit quieter afterwards because there were just too many things happening. So the next novelty was pawn takes pawn. The latest move from Ding was another new move because the position here with the queen having captured pawns that had actually been played before. In 2022, Levon Aronian against Lenier Dominguez in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So, I mean, before this, it was completely new at a classical level, but it had been played between famous players in the past. And in that situation, Levon Aronian, playing with the white pieces, used his rook to defend his pawn. But Ding instead says, why would I use my rook to defend the pawn when I can capture one of my opponent's pawns and open up for my queen to defend backwards?
Okay.
And this could explain why Gukesh is thinking in this moment. Because the move Ding chose was not the move that had been played previously in this this current situation. And now we're out of everything.
Wow.
Now it's a completely fresh situation.
We had the London today, and there was a question here in the chat from Amar, Jon Ludvig. If I can please ask Sir Hammer, why do some GMs hate the London system?
Do they? I mean, I hate on it just because it's so difficult to break down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm always annoyed by it because I feel like then I can't play a normal game of chess. I need to kind of play in a very crazy way to make chances for myself.
But the thing is, over the past couple of years, London has gone from being a curiosity to being one of the main ways for white to play. And with the increased status also comes increased scrutiny. So now I don't really hate on the London that much anymore because I know there are many super interesting ways of playing with the black pieces. For instance, you can sacrifice a pawn and then move your queen over to the king's side, and you end up in a situation with the kings on the opposite side of the board. This was Gukesh's choice to go into. Normally, the London is considered a reasonably calm and quiet opening with strategic battles. But Gukesh, having experienced the strategic battles with Ding for the last couple of games and not having the greatest results in those, he is the one who says, I will sacrifice my pawn, I will attack your king, I will force your king to go hide on the other side of the board. Gukesh is the instigator of these complications, and I would say it suits his style to go for something something pretty complicated, something where Ding could get low on time.
Oh, cool. Okay, we have a couple moves, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, but I have a but there. But I just don't like this position for black. I think this looks very nice for Ding. Okay, so the rook came in, pointing down towards the white king. And since Kaja said there have been a couple of moves, the reason for that being Ding continues to respond instant to Gukesh's play, which is a bad sign for the Indian in such a tricky, complex situation.
Wait, so we're in move 17 and Ding is still in his opening prep?
Yes.
Wow.
Sometimes Ding
to
forgets.
be fair, Gukesh was in his opening prep until the previous move. Mm-hmm. So, but having that one or two extra moves in your preparation, that can make such a difference, especially in a tricky situation like the one we have here. The white knight moved up, which sees the knight defend towards the pawn that Gukesh was pointing at with his rook. And it's very good that that pawn is defended, because otherwise the black queen could come in and do a checkmate together with the rook. So now it's very important that the knight has this square under control.
Wow. It's interesting that Ding, in the first game, he forgot his preparation on move 7, and then today he's just super well prepared, playing really fast, and it's Gukesh who has to start thinking in the opening. I feel like we haven't seen that very often. Mm-hmm. So this must be a very uncomfortable situation for Gukesh if he's playing in this way where they've castled on opposite sides, and then he can tell that Ding is super well prepared.
Yeah. Wow, already you guys, what a game 6. This is going to be a lot of fun. Thank you so much to all of you for hanging out with us while we watch game 6 in the World Chess Championship match 2024. Before this game, they were tied, Ding and Gukesh. They started out winning 1 game each, and then the other games has been draws. So they are tied at 2.5 points, both of them. Today, what will happen? Will we have a winner in game 6? Well, you just got to keep hanging out with us to find out what's going to happen. And please share your comments, your questions in the YouTube chat. I'm keeping an eye on that, and we'll pass them on to our experts here in the studio. So, right now, Jon Ludvig, if we do have a winner in this game, it feels like you're going to say that is Ding.
I think that makes sense. Ding has clearly been well prepared for what became quite an unusual start to the game early on. Sometimes when you make the decisions like Gukesh did today to go for something super complicated, one of your hopes is that your opponent will be caught by surprise and struggle and start thinking at an early stage, and struggle to find the best moves because it's such a complex position. Instead, the opposite has happened. Gukesh chose to go for a super aggressive way of playing, and yet it is Ding who was better prepared for that eventuality, and now. I mean, we're not mourning Gukesh's loss at this point. He could very well win the game, right? This is a position that can go. It can be a white win. It can be a black win. Of course, it can still be a draw, but it's just not likely given the extremes of the position. The kings being on opposite sides, the opponent's rook having easy ways to attack towards the king for both players. Both players have open file for their rook to point against the opponent's king. And then there's the situation of the pawns. So right now, miraculously, somehow, the players have the same amount of pawns. But at some point, Ding was up a pawn. Then Gukesh captured 2 in a row, and then Ding captured 1 to keep the equilibrium. But
That's a difficult word.
I gambled. I stuttered a little bit as I kind of prepared myself for it, but I think I got away.
Let's hear it again.
Well, now I'm not. Equilibrium.
It sounds like you're at a spelling bee. Do you want to try spelling it as well, Jon Ludvig?
Let's hear it.
EQU IL IB I don't know. I will say
I
that
was wondering if there were 2. Is there not 2 L's? No?
Nope.
Okay, good. Then continue.
Now you have the easiest part left.
Yeah, now you're...
no, but then we actually did like a test spelling bee with Maud during the Norway chess tournament earlier this year.
For TVQ.
And what we realized is that the spelling is not the most difficult part.
Yeah.
It's organizing the thoughts in your head where because it's so much easier to write it down than actually kind of say it out loud.
But now you said BR, and then you're almost done.
No, I'm giving up.
IUM was the final 3 letters. And it's actually a movie from 2002, a thriller with Christian Bale and Ty Diggs. Equilibrium. Beautiful word. And we have equilibrium in this game then.
I don't even remember in what context I used it. But in either case, things could go wrong very easily for either player. But right now, it's Gukesh's pawns that are under attack. So the black queen is doing an amazing job pointing towards white's pawns on both sides of the board. But all the pawns the queen is pointing against, all of them are protected. Whereas the white queen is pointing towards 2 black pawns, but neither one of them is protected. Partly because of that, it feels more critical for Gukesh to play accurately the next couple of moves, because if he gets something wrong, 1 or more of his pawns might drop off. And we haven't even really started speaking about king safety, which right now, honestly, is not a priority, because Gukesh is the one who managed to start his attack first. He's the one who was the first to point his rook towards the opposing king. So right now, because he's creating threats, Gukesh doesn't really have to deal with the potential of white pointing stuff against the black king. But that could still, in 5 moves, the situation could have turned around. Then Ding could have stabilized the safety around his own king and start pointing towards the black king instead.
But I saw that one of our viewers wrote that they think that Gukesh is still in preparation because you wouldn't kind of stop looking at a crazy position like this after your queen took this pawn on f2. Do you agree with that, Jon Ludvig? Shouldn't he have, if he did prepare this, shouldn't he have been looking at the situation a little bit more than stopping here?
It depends on how bad the computer believes this pawn takes pawn move to be. So we remember that Aronian, when getting into this position, he played a different move with his rook instead. And what that tells me, and especially now considering that Gukesh is thinking about his move, maybe the chess engines do not like pawn takes pawn, and then you have a tendency of you can only look at so much, and you have to prioritize in some way, and you often prioritize what the chess engines recommend. So if this is the chess engine top move, then it would be shocking that Gukesh is thinking. But I'm suspecting, if I go back a little bit, I'm suspecting that pawn takes pawn is not it is the top move.
Yeah, it is.
It is the top move. Okay, no, but then Gukesh definitely should be in his preparation, which makes it all the more concerning that he's not moving very quickly, because then maybe he's not remembering what his plan was.
And I mean, it's scary to be in this situation if you're feeling a little bit unsure. You have the black pieces. There are pawns everywhere that could be taken at any moment. I would be very stressed. And especially if your opponent is playing super fast and indicating that I know everything.
Wait, what are you saying, Maud? Do
I
you
knew
get
that you were going
stressed by
to-
your opponent playing super fast?
But also, what if this is a genius move by Gukesh, who actually knows exactly what's going on, but he's trying to pretend like he doesn't? We always have this discussion where I'm saying I think it's a good idea sometimes for players to kind of bluff a little bit when they're in their preparation. I think, to me, I feel like if I play all of my moves immediately, then my opponent will be like, she's prepared, I'll do something else. So I try to play slower and not immediately. But Jon Ludvig disagrees.
But my contention is that if you play very quickly, but you get better time to think about your choices later on, but also it stresses out the opponent a lot and makes the opponent very, very nervous.
Well, Gukesh is definitely spending time in this move. If he's bluffing or if he's really, really calculating and analyzing and making a plan right now, we don't know that. He's been thinking for 11 and a half minutes now. He's very soon down to 1.5 hours left to reach move 41. Ding still has 1 hour and 54 minutes left on his clock. And this is already turning into such an exciting, cool game. Game 6 in the World Chess Championship match. And it's the perfect game to download the Take app. Number one reason for that is that you will receive push notifications when you just need to get into the game and follow the drama. When we have big stuff happening, when we're about to get a result, if we have blunders, great moves, time trouble, you need to get the app and you need to tell everyone you know to get the Take app to follow the games here in the World Chess Championship match. Maud is doing the text commentary. And yeah, it's been quite busy for you so far in this game, but it's calming down.
I had to add some, like the first 4 or 5 moves, I couldn't like keep up with their pace. So I had to go back and add some comments afterwards. But now if you click through the game, you can kind of get a summary of where we are if you're joining us now as well. And also if it's like some people in the US, super early for them, and they want to wake up. And I guess if when they are waking up, they're going to see, wow, this is an interesting position. How did we get here? Then you can use the arrows and click through the game.
Yeah.
And also, I was thinking about the push notification. Maybe if Ding plays his next move instantly as well, that could be deserving of a push notification. That Ding has
out-prepared Gukesh.
Yeah, and that he's really kind of in a very complicated position, clearly signifying that I still know what I'm doing. Do you?
Okay.
To Gukesh. Let's talk about some moves.
Yes, please.
Because we spoke about how the black queen is pointing towards several of white's pawns, but what these white pawns have in common is that the white knight is responsible for protecting them. So I think the only thing that really makes sense here is for the bishop to move in and attack towards the white knight. If the white knight is holding everything together, it makes sense trying to take it out. The problem here is that Ding, with his latest move, is preparing rook one step forward. The rook will then attack the queen, get the queen away from its amazing placement, but it will also defend towards the white's own king and the pawns protecting the king. The queen, under attack, would have to move. The queen moves one step back because now you can attack towards the rook in the corner.
A counter threat.
In a way. But now this is when it becomes...
And the bishop has moved to e6,
Oh,
as you said.
after 20 minutes, he makes his move, Gukesh.
Okay, but now Ding is definitely going to move his rook forward instantly. And then it's a question of whether...
I'm happy you were saying this, Yuna, because now I prepared the comments, so I was able to just quickly post those the second that the moves were played. But Ding isn't playing immediately.
And that's because he's not by the board.
Oh.
We can see here on our screens from Singapore that Ding has been in his resting area. He just came back. He is writing down the move that Gukesh thought about for 20 minutes. Our experts in the studio are expecting an immediate response.
And he has played his rook one step forward, both an attacking and defensive move. The rook defends the pawn in front of their king, but also attacks against the queen, making the queen move away. And so the queen did go one step back to attack the rook in the corner. And here I was undecided where to put the rook, but I no longer have to think about it because Ding has played instantly. Ding showing clearly he's still in his preparation on his 19th move. And he's using his rook to defend the pawn in the middle of the board because he was concerned that the knight, whose job it was to keep that pawn safe, was about to be captured by the black bishop. So right now, Ding is focused on defense with his rooks, which in many ways is kind of disappointing because when you have an open file towards the opponent's king, it's very easy to be eager and say, I just want to attack. But Ding, he's actually going at this in a completely different manner. I think Ding is essentially saying, I don't want to checkmate your king.
Oh.
I want to capture more pawns on the queen side of the board. And then I'm just going to completely forget about your king potentially coming under attack. Instead, I'm going to use all my pawns here on this queen's side of the board. And I'm going to get a new queen. Who needs to checkmate the king if you can get a new queen on the other side? And I think that's now Ding's long-term plan. And I'm thinking, Ding, if he was able to move right now, I think he would like to make the move knight forward.
Should we send the push notification, Yuna? Because you said if he plays this move immediately, we should alert people.
Yeah, I think so. What do you think, Kaja?
100%.
So the essence of it being that Ding is still in his preparation and is putting a lot of pressure on Gukesh in a very complicated position.
But what should the push notification say? Is it going to say, wow, Ding is winning game 6? I'm kidding. It's not going to say that. But, I mean, what is the push notification going to say?
What do you guys think about Ding is still in his preparation on move 19? Is it too to the point, kind of? We need a title and we need like the text.
But it's very limited how long it can be, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the title is a bit too long.
Okay.
I would be more like Ding causing problem, Ding putting pressure on something that
Ding is blitzing out moves.
Blitzing out pressure. No.
But do people understand blitzing? Probably.
A new world record.
Oh, hey.
A
So
speed
Magnus
record.
requested yesterday that they sort of throw punches. We were talking about boxing in the post-game show. So is Ding throwing out punches?
Well, but that's the weird thing about this is that Gukesh is the one who chose to go into these complications, but then Ding turns out to be better prepared for them. So I would just like Ding creating massive Ding, yeah. Formulating is your job. I'm just, I'm letting you know the facts of the matter.
Ding is incredibly well prepared. Ding has
Well, we have
Ding has played 19 moves super fast.
We have a bunch of suggestions
Yes.
in the chat. Thanks, guys.
The viewers can do
out
this.
Pressure, Ding chilling, blitzing by preparation.
Maybe we should do that.
Ding
That is
killing.
kind of funny.
Ding out prepared Gukesh. I don't know if that's
Yeah. That I also considered that one. I just don't know if people kind of immediately understand what out prepared means. Like,
yeah.
I'm trying to appeal to people that maybe don't know that much about preparation. That maybe.
But then you can just say Ding isn't looking good or something to that effect. And then you use the text to go like, what is it that he's done that isn't looking so good?
Gukesh, how about like you, because now we're talking about Ding. Could we focus it on Gukesh? Gukesh under serious pressure from Andy. That's a good one.
Yeah. That's good.
And it also speaks to all the Indian fans.
Yes.
We want
Hate you, the Indian
We
fans.
want your attention.
Yes, we do. And we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for following and hanging out with us here in the Take studio. If you are from India, or if you are from China, or anywhere else in the world, we really appreciate you. We enjoy hanging out with you. We are rooting for good chess, and we're big
being
fans.
served just that
Exactly.
right now.
And we're big fans of both Gukesh, the 18-year-old fighting to become the youngest world champion in history, and of course Ding, the reigning champion who has come to Singapore looking better than he has in quite some time, which is good to see. So go chess. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you are enjoying the stream and this live behind the scenes broadcast, then please hit the like button on YouTube. Thanks so much to all of you. All right, well, we have drama. We have a push notification being ready to be sent out.
It's sent out. It's sent out. Takes a little bit of time from the moment I send it, but
Yep.
it's also cool because it links to the current situation on the board. So when you click on it, you're suddenly there.
Yeah.
And you then get to also see the comment we've made that Ding is still in preparation. He knows all the moves by heart. So I think, I think this is a good time for people to wake up if they were sleeping. I hope they had sound on their phone and that they were woken up by this. Wouldn't want to miss it.
It's still Gukesh thinking now for 6.5 minutes. Is this like dramatic time management so far, Jon Ludvig?
No, not at all. I mean, if anything, you absolutely need to spend that amount of time in such a tricky situation when you know your opponent isn't actually thinking for themselves, but only regurgitating what the chess engines have told them.
And I just got my push notification.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, it was sent to my phone and I'm clicking into the game. Amazing.
And it's interesting that Ding has only spent 7 minutes in the game so far, when usually he is the one who's like playing way too slowly. Everyone has been criticizing his time management. And now he's just like, okay, then I'll play 20 moves in 7 minutes. Are you happy now, everyone?
Yeah.
And now
But this is also why whenever we talk about how much time they've used, because very often we've discussed like, oh, he's now spent an hour and he made 15 moves, and that's reasonable. And I'm like, no, that's not reasonable. That's more than 3 minutes on average per move. And frankly, the 3 minute on average per move shouldn't count the first 5-10 moves, because those you normally have prepared beforehand. And now we get the complete opposite to that, where Ding has now played half the moves he needs to make in order to get to that important 40th move.
Yeah, in only 6
getting
minutes.
an extra half hour on the clock. Now he's way ahead of schedule on that.
Yeah.
And frankly, he's going to need that time. Because when Ding eventually is no longer within the moves that he had pre-planned, this is such a tricky position that he could still get into time trouble despite having played so quickly thus far, because the ensuing position just requires a lot of thought and calculation.
Thinking now for 9 minutes on this move, Gukesh. He is more than 30 minutes down on the clock from Ding. And we have a question from the chat from Snooze, Jon Ludvig. Can you please take a look at Bishop takes Knight?
Yeah. So we got caught up in the excitement, but before we got caught up in it, I was saying that if the knight gets to move forward, then the knight could capture the next black pawn and the next black pawn. And this is why I was talking about how how Ding is not really focusing his rooks towards the opponent's king. Ding has focused his rooks in a completely defensive setup because he's saying, I'm not going to attack you. I'm gonna use my pawns on the side of the board to win in that fashion. And because the knight played such a key role in how the black pawns were just ready to be captured with the knight's L movement, it makes sense from Gukesh's perspective to take the knight out before it does any damage. However, with the bishop trading for the knight, now there's no longer a bishop pointing towards the white pawn all the way on the side of the board. And there's also... So the bishop is considered to be a long-range piece. And it's considered to be especially good when there are stuff happening on both sides of the board. Because the bishop, compared to the knight, can move from one side of the board to another in a single move. Whereas for the knight to get from one side to the other, it's going to take 3 moves. So giving away a bishop when we have black having more pawns on one side and white having more pawns on the opposite side, that is not necessarily going to be your instinct or what you really want to do. Because now, even though the black knight has disappeared, it also means that there's less pressure on Ding's position and fewer ways for Gukesh to kind of punish this way of playing. I'm also noticing that if Gukesh follows up by moving his rook into the middle and trying to trade with the black rook, with the white rook, then trying to remove the defensive rook is well-intentioned, but it could create some problems because you leave the defense of your own king. And after the trade between the rooks, you could imagine something like Ding pushing his pawn one step forward and trying to open up for the queen against the black king. Maybe this is fine for black, but it's a difficult assessment to make. And the trade between the bishop for the knight is very irreversible. So you need to be absolutely confident that it's the right thing to do before you do it. And even though Gukesh is way down on time in comparison with Ding, you also should keep in mind that normally after 20 moves, these players have been down to 40 minutes on the clock, which means that Gukesh can still spend another 25-30 minutes and still have the same amount of time that he usually has had in the previous games.
I think it's interesting to note that Ding is also spending very little time at the board in this game. And also because he's in his preparation, like it feels like he doesn't feel the need to sit there and think about stuff. So he's off screen a lot of the time. He's just going into his break room. So that's a change.
Yeah. He is spending a lot of time in his break room today, Ding, because Gukesh is spending a lot of time thinking so far in game 6. And hopefully we have a long game today because Anna Cramling from Sweden is joining not only the stream, she's joining this studio. I think she just landed in Oslo, flying in here from Sweden, and she's going to come straight to the studio. We really look forward to having her here to look at the game together with Jon Ludvig and Maud and to talk about all things chess. So that's going to be exciting. So stay tuned. She will be joining us in an hour or two, perhaps. Let's hope traffic is smooth into Oslo on this Sunday so she can get here fast. And do you think, Jon Ludvig, that we will have a long game today?
So the thing about these complicated positions is that they are super, super exciting, but because there are so many captures being calculated and trades being calculated, and also because there's the possibility of one side just making a big mistake and losing the game because of it, the most exciting positions in chess are not necessarily the ones that lead to the longest games. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, would you rather have a very exciting 40-move game or a 70-move game that was balanced throughout and ends in a draw? I mean, any day of the week, I would pick the unbalanced, well, on our screen it says balanced, which was actually a suggestion I made because I thought saying something is equal is sometimes inaccurate because it's like, sure, it's according to the chess engines, they believe it's going to end in a draw with perfect play. Mm-hmm. But the reality is that it's more like there's chances for both sides that it's balanced. But now I'm messing up that definition by calling this position unbalanced, which means that there's different plans for both players. They're trying to achieve very different things, which means that even though the chess engine means that says that there's an equal chance of both white and black winning, mm-hmm. There's more to it than that. Mm-hmm. And I completely lost my train of thought. The fireworks that is often connected with exciting positions such as this one, it looks great, but then at the end of the day, you burned out mm-hmm. All the everything, and then the firework display it will come to an end. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Which is not a bad thing as long as it was beautiful while it lasted.
Ooh, very nice. We are still waiting for Gukesh to make his move 19, thinking now for 17 minutes, down to 1 hour and 30 minutes left to reach move 41. This is game 6 out of 14 games in the World Chess Championship match, so best out of 14 games. First player to reach 7.5 points is the world champion if they are still tied by game or after game 14. The match will be decided in tiebreaks like it was in 2023 when Ding became champion. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in those tiebreaks to take the World Championship crown. And that's what they're fighting for. The World Championship crown is at stake. Ding is number 17, the World Chess Champion number 17. I think it's incredible that in the entire history of chess, which is such a long history, there's only been 17 champions. And Gukesh is fighting to become number 18. But they are tied after 5 games. And today, well, we have an interesting game. It could end up with one of them winning and taking the lead in the match. If we take a look at the position now, with Gukesh thinking for so long, Jon Ludvig, should we explore some possibilities here?
Yeah. So we did discuss the bishop capturing the knight, and it's very, very difficult to tell whether that's beneficial or not. In general, the bishop is a better piece than the knight. But then again, the knight's ability to jump forward and start capturing the black pawns is something Gukesh very rightly should be concerned about.
But what else could he do?
Yeah, let's look at some of the other options. I would say at some point, Gukesh could also attempt to move his pawns forward. So a move such as pawn to h5 makes sense to me because it creates an escape square for the king, which could be necessary for some back rank things. And it also pushes the pawn further up to try and become a new queen. But as I was saying that, Gukesh did make the decision to capture the knight. And this really clarifies the position. It means that a lot of the knight jumps, which they can be unpredictable, they are not coming into play. But neither is Gukesh going to be able to exploit the long-range abilities of his bishop. And Gukesh returns to the board, thus recapture the bishop. And now I would expect Gukesh to play pretty quickly in response, because surely he understands that Ding will capture the bishop back. And I would say rook into the middle feels right.
And the take app agrees with you on that one. You know, the engine that we have in the app that you can turn on and off, it shows that is the best move. I guess it's a nice situation when a person and the computer kind of agrees that that's the best move.
Sure, but whenever the problem for Gukesh with playing the best moves right now is that whenever he does, there's going to be an issue of Ding remaining in his pre-planned ideas and being able to play very quickly and with computer accuracy if he still is within his preparation. But on the other hand, I mean, Gukesh, what can he do but trying to play the good moves at every instance?
I wrote in the app that Ding recaptured the bishop, and I feel like there isn't that much to say. But what I did say was that because this move again was so obvious, this was the only move Ding could play. He again gets to play his move immediately. So the difference in time between the two of them is just increasing more and more. So that's at least been an advantage for Ding. But now he's actually sitting at the board. So maybe this is where his preparation ended, and now he actually needs to start preparing. What should I do if Gukesh, for example, starts to try to trade off those rooks?
Yeah.
So maybe that's an indication. Maybe that's how we're going to figure out that Ding is no longer in his preparation. Just the fact that he's sitting at the board.
So rook into the middle. There are many tempting ways of playing for Ding after this. I'm starting to think maybe Ding wants to move his rook forward, but not trade. Because if Ding trades the rooks, then he gets a black rook pointing in the vicinity of the white king. So Ding might not be interested in doing that. But if Ding moves his rook forward, then he's protected by his own pawn. Should the rooks trade, then the pawn now would only be 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, and you don't have to deal with the rook pointing down. Ooh, but Gukesh didn't move the rook into the middle. This is interesting. Gukesh instead moves his queen 2 steps back. Gukesh is trying to win the pawn in the middle of the board. He's also, with this move, preventing the pawn from going 1 step further forward. But this has the chess engine in our app saying that the position went from being balanced to now being better for Ding.
Wow.
Okay.
And does this also indicate that Gukesh kind of wants a game here and that he's trying not to just trade off the rooks?
It
No,
says
no, no,
better
no.
now on the bar, you guys. It says better for Ding.
No. Ding is no. Gukesh is just trying to play good moves, but this is such a complicated position that it's difficult to understand what the good moves are. And likewise, it's going to be a bit tricky for Ding to figure out his best response. Because now the pawn in the center of the board is under attack, and I think it's reasonable to expect that Ding will no longer be within his pre-planned moves, because you always focus on what the chess engines recommend for your opponent. And then if your opponent plays something else, then you go, okay, I haven't studied this, but because I haven't studied it, I know that this move might not be optimal. And so I'm on my own, but I have a good start to the game.
And now, I mean, Gukesh just abandons protecting this pawn, but do you think Ding will take it? Because it looks a little bit scary.
No. Gukesh is focusing his attention on the white pawn in the middle. So if now a Ding captures the black pawn, then Gukesh captures the white pawn. And this has only been improving Gukesh's position because Gukesh now has his queen powerfully placed in the middle of the board. And he also has the opportunity later on to get not one, but two rooks focusing down towards the white king. So, no, taking that pawn would be a huge mistake, I think, for Ding. Ding needs to focus on either protecting the pawn that's under attack or starting a counter attack with his rooks. So immediately what came to my mind was the move rook one step to the side. With the rook pointing in towards the queen can then capture white's pawn, but I was thinking that I can move another rook into the attack, and then I have one rook, two rooks, and the queen all pointing in the same direction towards this black pawn. The problem that I'm discovering is that the queen, being so centralized, has many options, one of which includes capturing the pawn on the side of the board, capturing a second pawn in a row, but that's not the end of the story, because if now Ding comes in with his rook for a checkmating attack, it's Gukesh who strikes first, because Gukesh gets to capture another pawn protected by the rook, check against the king, and the white king will be checkmated within moves. So it's still like it's not obvious at all what Ding is supposed to do, and some of these variations we now studied makes me think that Ding might want to prioritize the protection of the pawn in the middle of the board. Something like moving the queen back from where she came to keep the pawn defended. But the problem with that is then Gukesh can attack with his rook and with his queen. And
Wait, so why not just take the pawn?
because the white queen is protecting the pawn. So instead, the rook needs to help the attack, but now there's no additional way for Ding to give protection to the pawn.
So maybe that's why it could be an idea to just capture this pawn, just give up that pawn and then get a pawn.
Yeah, well, sure, but I don't like it.
Okay.
But this is also a natural development of our going through the moves, because Gukesh wouldn't play this move that the chess engines didn't like unless he thought it was good. Mm-hmm. And now at least I'm struggling to figure out why this isn't good for Gukesh. Because as far as I'm concerned, he has successfully surrounded the white pawn, and there's no way for for Ding to defend that pawn immediately.
Ding is thinking for the first time in the game. Thinking now for 6 minutes, but he is way up on the clock. He is 40 minutes up on the clock from Gukesh. Do you want to know the top computer move?
Not yet.
Okay.
First, I want to try this move, pawn one step forward. Because my thinking is, if I'm going to lose this pawn in the middle of the board anyway, I might as well give it away in such a manner that the black pawns become poorly placed in relation to one another, unable to defend each other, and long-term weaknesses. And after pawn takes pawn, now maybe I will revert to your move, Maud, by just capturing the black pawn, because now I feel like I've opened up more area close to the black king. Now that I got the black pawn to move out of position, it's more likely that I can put pressure towards the black king in from the side. And then I would, be more willing to allow the black rooks pointing down towards my king. And alternately, Gukesh could capture this pawn with the queen, but then after the queen trade, I would argue that even though white is down a pawn, white has the potential of moving this rook up and getting rid of the black pawn in the center. And if I'm successful with that, it's so easy for me to put pressure on these remaining black pawns in the middle of the board, because Gukesh has, and now we need to talk about this concept, Gukesh has a worse pawn structure at the moment. His pawns are not working together very impressively. So if I can get a queen trade, I will go away from what caused our excitement about this opening to begin with. But I can also
A lot of people in the chat cube, amongst them, asking, what about rook to d4? So the rook next to the queen.
Yeah, no, I don't want to move this rook. So the rook right now is doing a very important defensive task close to the king. The rook is also protecting the pawn on this far side, as well as protecting one of the important pawns. Well, the only pawn that's actually next to the white king. Even though moving the rook up would put pressure on one of black's pawns, it's just, it would be terrible taking that pawn if that means the black queen manages to capture out on the other side, but also attack along this rank right in front of the white king. So my plan right now, and also one of the reasons I'm happy that Gukesh did not move his rook into the middle of the board, is because the rook next to the king right now is the most important defensive piece in Ding's position. But now I'm ready, Kaja, to hear the
computer move. The top suggestion, which we can see in the app with a pink arrow, is to move the queen.
Move the queen? Well, then, so... are you supposed to take the pawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me.
So that's not a human move.
Is the first move that you consider because you can take a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So you will look at it, and then you might look at some of the stuff that Jon Ludvig showed us, and I agreed with the way that you were presenting it, Jon Ludvig. It did seem like, well, we win this pawn, but black wins the pawn in the middle. How are you supposed to manage to do anything?
Yeah. No, this is our new go-to word is controversial.
Yeah, this is a controversial move.
I think this is a controversial move because it opens up for the black rooks to potentially point down towards the white king. But the argument that is made in benefit of this idea is that now Ding would have 3 pawns versus 1 on this far side of the board. And that means if we can go into this and then trade queens, then this could be very, very, very good for Ding. So if you're going to play in this way, you're completely dependent on getting a queen trade, or at the very least making black retreat, trying to avoid a queen trade. Because if the queens are still on the board, say it's black's move in this position instead of white's, those are the margins we're operating with. If it's black's move here, then the rook comes in, threatens the queen, and if the queen moves away, I mean, I would be terrified of some kind of sacrifice breaking through into white's position, although it is not working right now. Okay, maybe the margins are not so bad. Because the thing about humans is that we'll often, this is what we're saying when we talk about our intuition, right? We're making assessments about the position without calculating any moves. That's basically what our intuition is. Mm-hmm. And my intuition is telling me 2 rooks pointing down towards the king, very dangerous. Mm-hmm. I don't want to get involved in this. But then sometimes you need to challenge your first instinct and be like, well, it's not like he can checkmate me immediately. And if a queen trade happens, then that would be quite nice for white to have these pawns push forward on the side of the board, whereas the ability of black's pawns to push forward on the opposite side, that's just not happening because of this white rook in the center having better control of stopping the advances. And also there's something to be said for white has 2 pawns that's trying to deal with the 4 black pawns if we separate the board into different sides. And then white has 3 pawns against 1. And this is a bit tricky to explain, but I'm pretty sure it's true. The fewer pawns you're advancing and the fewer pawns you have to get past, the easier it is. So the 3 versus 1 for Ding, as opposed to the 4 versus 2 for Gukesh, it's more troublesome for Gukesh getting past white's 2 pawns, even though he has an extra pawn on that side, than it is for Ding getting through with his 3 pawns, because there's only one pawn defending. It's also worth noticing that in this pawn formation, none of black's pawns actually has a clear path. None of the black pawns are what we call passed pawns, which is a pawn that can just push forward and become a new queen without ever being captured by a white pawn on its journey. But here, this pawn cannot do it because the white pawn is blocking. This pawn cannot do it because when it gets up here, it gets captured. And then this pawn cannot do it because it would get captured. And then this final pawn in the middle is already blocked. Whereas the white pawn here, this pawn has a clear path and is therefore categorized as a passed pawn.
So that's the pawn that it's about now. Is that right now the MVP in the position, the D pawn? Let's name it like the
C pawn. This is
the C pawn. What's a good name for the C pawn?
Charlotte,
the C pawn. Is that the MVP right now?
No. But she could be.
She has potential.
She has definite potential.
And
She
we-
is dreaming of becoming a queen.
Yeah.
And we have defined this term passed pawn in the app. So I have prepared a comment. If this situation that Jon Ludvig just showed us on the board, then we will be ready to explain to people that Ding will then have a passed pawn in the endgame, which is easier to turn into a new queen. Mm-hmm. So that could be very interesting.
Yeah, but all of this is kind of relying on the queens being traded, right?
Yeah.
And that's why if now Ding is going to allow I take your pawn, you take mine, then he kind of needs the
Thanks.
queens. It was all that was left in the water
no
bottle
worries.
mod.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us here in the Take studio. We're watching the footage from Singapore where Ding is sitting by the board, still thinking about his move 21. Been thinking now for almost 17 minutes. The computer suggests taking the pawn with his queen, but Jon Ludvig is not entirely sure that is a good decision. He's not loving that move.
Well, I'm inclined. I'm willing to be persuaded, and I do like the situation if Ding then manages to trade off the queens afterwards. And so my skepticism is maybe based on I'm not sure whether Ding will be able to get a queen trade after this further opening of the position and the further imbalancing of the position in terms of right now, in the current situation, if we divide the board in half here, then on this side, it's 3 versus 4, 3 white pawns versus 4 black pawns. And then on the other side, it's 3 versus 2. But what could happen with the trades here is that now it would be 4 versus 2 and 3 versus 1, which creates a much bigger storyline in that, okay, one side is trying to make things happen on this area of the board and the other side on the opposite.
And remember, we had opposite side castling in this game, which is usually very exciting. And we can see on the bar and the bar in the Take app that it is slightly better for Ding. And we are waiting, still thinking. He's been thinking for over 18 minutes now on his move 21. It is a Sunday. It's December 1st, so we're really enjoying ourselves today. I brought in some chocolate, you guys, if you need to get your energy up.
Fruktnut, Jon Ludvig, that's your favorite.
Fruit nut. It's not your favorite.
No, I actually think he chose this the other day when we were given the option, like, which chocolate would you rather have?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to criticize this chocolate. I'm very happy that you brought it here.
Yeah.
I just thought it was crazy of Jon Ludvig to prefer that to everything else.
I kind of agree, actually. I like the pure chocolate.
Same.
I like the one with the almonds. The thick clever.
Okay. That's your favorite. Well, I'm taking notes because we're going to be here for many more days. So I need to get you guys the proper kind of chocolate. And hey, how are you guys at home watching? We would love for you to share in the YouTube chat how you're doing. How are you watching this? Are you watching by yourself? It's a Sunday. Maybe you are gathered with some family, friends, or just hanging out with us. You are welcome here in the studio to watch the game and follow the drama together with us. We are very appreciative of all of you hanging out with us, enjoying the World Chess Championship match 2024. And if you are enjoying it, then please give us a like, a thumbs up on YouTube. We would really appreciate that. When should we expect this move to come from Ding? How long can he allow himself to think, Jon Ludvig?
I mean, as long as he has more time than Gukesh after he makes the move, he's within reason. And he can still think for another 25 minutes before that happens. I think we've seen a tendency where Ding spends half an hour on 1 or 2 moves every single game. That he always has at minimum one of these very long things. And the timing is appropriate. because he's now out of what he had planned before the game, what he had analyzed, and now he needs to get his brain going. Up until this moment, he hasn't been calculating much. He's only been remembering. And it's very important that you make sure to kind of switch off the remembering part and start turning on the calculation one. So I think spending half an hour here is completely fine. I wouldn't go way over that, though. So maybe we'll get a move in 10 minutes.
I've posted a picture to the app with what you were saying now, Jon Ludvig, that up until this moment, he has not been calculating much, only remembering his preparation. I think that was a good way of wording it. And we can finally see Ding spending a lot of time at the board, because besides that, he's just been playing his move and then exiting as if he knew that, Gukesh, you're going to have to think on that one. And I'll be back from my break room once you've made your move.
Yeah. A lot of people are asking about those break rooms, if they have screens in there. And they do. They have a chair, they have a screen to watch what's happening in the venue, and probably they also have some snacks, some food, some water, some drinks, coffee, tea. I don't know what they like to drink.
You said a chair?
Didn't we see a chair?
Yeah, they have a chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thought when Magnus played these matches, he had a sofa.
Yeah, I know. They've made them more minimal. I think it was you that mentioned this, Kaja, and I've noticed it as well. Like, it's so much less cozy and nice. Like, you don't want to hang out there. There's like a very, I don't know, like a very normal chair that you can just sit like this.
Yeah, it looks uncomfortable, and it's also quite sterile.
It looks a bit like a prison cell.
Yeah, that's
not
a
to
good
criticize
description.
the organizers here, but maybe it is to get them to spend less time in there.
Yeah.
Well, it's working in this match.
Yeah.
These players have barely spent time in their break rooms. They're really just sitting at the board calculating most of the time. And one of the most surprising things so far in the game, at least off the board, has been that Ding, who made a habit of sitting at the board always, he was actually spending more time in his break room than at the board during this opening.
Bad Aussie saying, if I was in the World Championship, I would want a PlayStation 5 and pizza in my resting area. That's fun if you can just go out there and chill with some PlayStation.
But I also feel like they have to kind of maintain their focus. So you don't want to be doing too much stuff in this break room. But like Jon Ludvig was kind of discussing, that the fact that Ding hasn't really been thinking so much this game, he hasn't been calculating, so he's not like really warmed up, I would say. So I'm interested in seeing now, the first time he actually has to think about his move, will he find this best move, which apparently isn't the most intuitive thing to do in the situation, as you were discussing, because it looks a little bit dangerous and risky. So I'm very interested in seeing what kind of ambition Ding will show with this move.
Exactly. Thinking now for 24 minutes. We have a cool question from Ahmad. Wasn't Hammer Magnus's second at some World Championship? You are absolutely correct, Ahmad. Jon Ludvig Hammer was Magnus's second in the 2013 World Chess Championship match. So Jon Ludvig here helped Magnus become world champion. And it's such a cool picture of you, Jon Ludvig, together with Magnus in India, right after he becomes the champion, and you guys are sort of...
It's one of my favorite pictures. I genuinely have considered paying $1,000 for the rights to that picture. And it's taken a day after Magnus won the World Championship. I wish we could show it now, but
I know.
we don't have the rights either.
Probably show it on a screen somewhere. Well, you guys, let me tell you what you can Google to find it.
But in any case, well, you can probably link it in the chat.
Oh, I can do that. That's true.
Else. But it's taken a day after Magnus
There it
became the
is.
world champion.
Yeah, I found it as
After Magnus won the championship, Henrik, his manager and dad, told me just get on a plane and join the celebrations. And so I did. And one of the things we did was we played soccer and basketball in this Indian gymnasium at some kind of local school. And this picture was taken just after we had been sweating nonstop. India was pretty
Here it
warm
is.
as well.
On my screen here.
So
It's a fantastic.
yeah, it was,
picture.
and the fact that we were both wearing white and
Yeah.
we were very happy, and he had just become world champion, and we were kind of sweaty because we've been playing both basketball and soccer. So yeah, no, it was and the atmosphere, like the lighting is so good. I have no idea how the photographer managed.
He looked
to get
tan.
that good at lighting.
Let's see who took this picture.
Well, of course, Magnus looks tan because then he had spent
actually.
like over a month first in Oman and then in India.
Yeah.
So
We love that picture. What a moment, Jon Ludvig. You helping Magnus, both of you from the tiny country of Norway, and taking the throne in chess.
I actually think all of these photos of Richard Report and Ding like going together, they're also very cute. Like they're also kind of doing this pose where they're walking around together as like good friends.
Yeah.
And it warms my heart. I think it's
But
very...
I mean, it must be important as well in a World Chess Championship match to have someone that you're comfortable with, Jon Ludvig, and that can maybe help you think about other things, or that you trust with the prep.
yeah, sure. But when you say this, I'm reminded by something Magnus himself has said, maybe not publicly, but at the very least privately, that when he chose to go for me as a second instead of Vladimir Potkin, who had been helping him in the qualifier, he said, like, by choosing you, I also kind of told myself I need to put in more work myself. Because maybe partly because I'm not going to push him as hard as Potkin would, but also that I was very inexperienced. I went into that World Championship match hoping that I would be like a learner involved in his first World Championship match, getting some taste of what the preparation felt like. And suddenly I was there and I was in charge, and it was a lot of responsibility to put on a first-timer, but it was also a lot of faith
Yeah.
to be given by Magnus. And yeah, it worked out okay, but...
Well,
my hypothesis is that it would have worked out regardless of who was helping him, but I'm glad it was me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll never know. He did become world champion with your help. And it was especially with the black pieces that you helped him, wasn't it?
The black pieces in particular is what we focus on for Magnus's World Championship match. Magnus actually spoke about this in one of the recaps. That when he played the match, you always focused on the black pieces because you kind of just assume that you're going to get a chance as white at some point because white is naturally just a little bit better. And with black, you have to avoid falling into the opponent's preparation and just losing out of the opening without really the opponent having to do anything themselves. So black was definitely one of our main areas of focus. And in the first match, Magnus didn't lose a single game, and won. I think he won even 2 games before, because he scored 3 wins.
Yeah.
So I think he won 2 games before the match was supposed to.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And what do we do? What do we know right now for the teams of Ding and Gukesh? There has been some names revealed that are helping them. Who do we know about?
So for Ding, just like last time, he has Richard Report on site, the Hungarian grandmaster, famed for being very creative in his play, which means that maybe he can generate some very fresh, unusual ideas. He's also a better player than most helpers at the top level.
Oh, yeah.
So, for instance, Magnus uses Peter Heine Nielsen, who is a good player, not as good as he used to, just like others. And I think Peter fell out of the top 100 in the world. So Magnus has a guy who's not even top 100. Corona is using Chirila, who is not even Peter Heine's level. But Fabi also has other helpers. In particular, this the Russian guy who moved to the U.S. Oparin. Oparin is he's genuinely good.
Yeah.
But like it's exemplifying that players don't have to be incredible themselves to help out. And one of the most interesting examples in that regard is that Hikaru's opening helper is not even a grandmaster.
Oh, that's true.
And yet he has been Hikaru's helper for a decade already. And well, let's just say Hikaru's doing pretty well. So it's working out for both parties. Rickard Rapport, on the other hand, he is at his best a top 10 player in the world. So he's unusually strong to be in one of these helper situations. Ding's other helper that we have seen on site in Singapore is Ni Hua of China, who is a bit older than Magnus and I, and well, with that Ding as well. He's like the previous generation of Chinese talent before Ding came into the spotlight and actually managed to break into the top 5. China had a couple of different guys being close to like the top 20, top 10, but it wasn't before Ding that they had like the major breakthrough in the open section. Whereas in the women's, the world champions were Chinese for remains Chinese to this day.
Yeah. Chess is good in China.
Ding is Gukesh, on the other hand, we don't have as much information about.
Yeah.
So we know Grzegorz Gajewski from Poland is helping Gukesh. Gajewski has previously worked with Vishy Anand, so he has, his credentials in order. Gajewski is also, at the level, he's slightly better than myself and Peter Heine, but he's no like top player himself, which is common.
We got a question in the chat. What does it mean to be a second? So
relevant question. Yeah.
That's the assisting person who's helping with the openings. Or what's the best definition, Jon Ludvig?
I mean, I often use the word opening helper instead of second, just because it's more descriptive about what the role really entails. So it's an opening helper.
So you never help with like endgames, or would that just be?
I tried once or twice with Magnus. There was at one point I wanted to do a good job. I was new. I wanted to impress, kind of like first day at the job kind of thing.
So you were like, let me teach you a thing or two about endgames.
And I had prepared a couple of puzzles. And Magnus, after trying to solve one or two, he was like, no, these are too difficult. This is not useful. But this is a very interesting approach. And I think there's a lot of learning to take from that, for me at least, that even the best player in the world feels like it's more important to be good at like the easy puzzles. Whereas the long ones where you can spend half an hour to figure it out, Magnus is like, yeah, I'll do that effort at the board, but I don't think using it in a training necessarily is that helpful. In training, I want to sharpen my short-term thinking rather than spending tons and tons of time on just calculating.
I actually visited Magnus's training camp in Spain before the 2021 World Championship match. I was there with a camera crew and we were able to sort of film behind the scenes where he was working with his team. And the way it looked then, it was that they would, the seconds, the team with Peter Heine, with Fresnay, with Who else was in that team? You had Dubov. You had
Forest.
Forest was in that team, and also Jan Gustafsson. I think that was the people in the team in 2021, and they would be working in just like the chillest way. They would be lying on couches with the computers on their laps and just like looking at stuff very silently, working by themselves with Peter Heine sort of overlooking everything. And then they would go to have lunch together with Magnus. Sometimes they would go to do some sports together with Magnus. Then they would keep working. And then in the evening, Magnus would join them and sort of look over everything they had been looking at the entire day. And they would play over-the-board blitz games, basically, where Magnus would basically try to remember the prep that was being done. It was so cool to see how that actually works and how maybe little Magnus was involved in the actual work, but how much of it was about remembering the work that they did for him.
Yeah, and also I think Magnus is not the average top player in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
So the experience watching Magnus do this and being on Magnus's team is, I imagine, I don't have any other reference point, but I imagine it's a bit less chill in other camps, and I also think that the players themselves want to play a bigger role. For instance, like Ding and Gukesh, I would expect them to want to have a bigger role in the work themselves, because that's also a better way of remembering. One of the best ways of remembering the preparation is actually putting moves on the board as you develop, like, okay, let's not play this move because of that idea, and you kind of work your way through a calculation, an analysis, but then you also then internalize the logic behind how did we end up recommending this as opposed to other things.
I've actually spent like a lot of time myself when I've been preparing for games, like in the Olympiad or stuff like this. Then I'm just trying to like remember everything as much as I can, because I don't have time to be playing these blitz games. I don't have time to understand stuff. So I'm just like, okay, I need to remember. So I have like...
How's that working out?
It's not working well. Yeah, thanks for asking. But I will be like, oh, so then there's 3 moves in a row that start with the E pawn. Like I will have these weird rules. And then the moment that my preparation is like ruined in some way, which it always is, then I'm like, well, now that rule of remembering that all the moves were supposed to begin with the letter E, or I don't remember what kind of weird rules I have, then I'm screwed. So I think that I support this way of preparing, but I feel like you can only do that if you've had a lot of time, which is also why everyone was reacting to the fact that Ding is saying, oh, I've only been preparing for 3 weeks. Everyone is like, what are you doing? This is the most important thing to prepare for ever.
Yeah.
You need to be playing games. You need to have basically looked at all of chess history. Like you cannot be doing this. This is not like an exam you can just like cram for in the last...
I find it
last
interesting
hours.
that the people who reacted the strongest to that statement on the press conference were other grandmasters. When I heard that, I was like, what the... Because we were talking about on the first day, Kaja, were there any interesting things being said on the press conference when they had the colors of... And you were like, you were focused on... I don't remember precisely what you were focused on. And I was like, he said he only prepared for 3 weeks.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is incredible. And I've seen Hikaru Nakamura kind of being... kind of like, well, if you wanted an advantage with the white pieces, you should have prepared longer. Like these kind of comments, which is, I think, in many ways justified, because when you up and say, I only prepared 3 weeks, that is
Crazy.
No, but I think in some ways it's disrespectful to the championship, because you're saying, it's not that serious, and the rest of us who could only dream of, well, some could more than dream of, but for instance, Hikaru then, but...
We just hit 40 minutes, you guys.
Yeah, no, he's spending too much time.
Yeah.
But he's done this in the other games as well.
Well, he's still up on the clock, but now only by 6 minutes, Ding. He has been thinking about move 21 for over 40 minutes. We can see on the footage from Singapore that he is still thinking. He must be close now to making a decision. We can see on our board the top computer move, which is moving the queen to take the black pawn. Jon Ludvig is not a huge fan of that move. We have been looking at other possibilities for Ding. I mean, how many moves is he potentially now baiting?
I think he's down to 2 moves. I think he's considering either pushing this pawn forward, saying that this pawn is going to be lost anyway, so I try to lose it in a favorable manner, or he takes the black pawn. Having thought for as long as he has right now, I don't feel like there are other options available to him.
I've actually added a poll now in the app. So if you do have an opinion, I wrote, Ding has spent 40 minutes now. Will he play the best move and take the pawn? I don't know if that was a bit of a leading question to be like, that's definitely the best move. But the point is, he can capture this pawn, but he could also do something else. And currently, 70% of people in the app think that, yes, he's going to take the pawn.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that, because when he spends so much time like he did now, I think he's going to realize the benefits of capturing the pawn, and the fact that the benefits of that move might outweigh the obvious problems with it.
And I guess also, as you were showing in many lines, that pawn is very hard to defend. So you might be like, let's just lose it. Let's not try to protect it even.
But this white pawn in the middle, this pawn is
dead.
It's over. The black queen moving back has ended that pawn. It's not going anywhere. So it is a question of whether you want, how you want to lose the pawn. Do you want to lose the pawn in a way where the queens might get traded off, which is generally favorable for Ding, but the disadvantage is that if you push the pawn forward, then you're going to at least temporarily have 1 pawn less than your opponent.
He did it. He took the pawn.
Okay. So Ding accepts the challenge. He creates that 3 versus 1 pawn on the queen side of the board, where Gukesh has his king. This allows black to have the rooks pointing down towards white's king. And because of that, Ding's priority now for the next move, or maybe the next couple of moves even, Ding is absolutely going to want to trade the queens. The black king has 3 pawns in front of it, next to it. The white king only has 1 pawn next to it. And there already is a black rook pointing down towards the white pawn, and there could be a second. So right now, the black king is way, way safer than white's king. And for that reason, white Ding should try to seek out a trade between the queens, because when the queens get traded off, attacks lose almost all of their value.
That's great, Ludvig. Then I'm preparing that comment already, because that was really the essence of, that's what the computer also says that Ding should play now, is try to trade off these queens, put the queens up against each other to avoid these potentially dangerous attacks. And we will now see. I mean, if Ding spent 40 minutes to capture this pawn, shouldn't he have thought about what he was doing after Gukesh played the most obvious move?
Yeah, no, it's a bit strange, but the queens will be moved up against each other. There's no chance Ding is not prioritizing a queen trade here. I can hear Swedish voice, a Swedish voice
in our hallway. Maybe we can see them through the... No, we can't see them just yet. Here comes Kaja. And do we see anybody else in the background?
We heard some Swedish sounds.
So there's not many people in this office today because it's a Sunday, but there are some people.
What's happening, you guys?
He went for the pawn trade. And now we're expecting him to go for a queen trade. But Ding is spending 3 minutes on this. Like Maud said, it's very strange spending so much time having your opponent make the obvious move in return and still keep on thinking.
And now soon Ding will have the same amount of time as Gukesh. He's finally kind of caught up. It's been a very...
But it's completely fine. They're already on move 21.
Yeah.
So in
Best
fact,
time management from Ding ever.
Yeah, well, it helps being well prepared in the opening, which is one of the other reasons I'm so surprised when he said he hadn't put a lot of work into his preparation for the event, because when you're struggling with your head not working properly or as well as you're used to, then sometimes I've tried to compensate that by just getting very good openings or being very well prepared in the openings to make up for my head not calculating as well as I'm used to.
And I also feel like it's the best feeling ever when you realize I know so many moves in this variation. Especially like if, like me, you're not that well prepared and you're kind of like, oh no, I don't have time to learn everything. But then imagine all the stuff that they had to prepare to get to this point, because there were so many choices that Gukesh made as well that Ding responded to instantly. He had to have such an overview of this opening. So this actually gives an indication that Ding is better prepared than we...
Yeah, okay, we got to move.
We've gotten the move?
And Ding is moving his queen next to Black's queen. That was completely obvious, in my opinion.
And now should Gukesh...
Well,
dodge?
Gukesh needs to avoid the queen trade, right? Well, I assume...
Oh, and he does so immediately.
Yeah, no, because Gukesh was definitely expecting that move. He realizes why Ding wants to trade off the queens, and Gukesh instantly moves the queen away.
What are you going to say? Is it hammer time?
I'm scared of just saying it out loud, just in case I'm somehow channeling it to happen. Is there any way for Ding to keep chasing after this queen and get a back and forth?
You're afraid to jinx it. You're afraid to bring that idea to life by saying it?
Yeah, something like that. So I was thinking if the queen moves forward, continues wanting to trade, and then the queen moves back, then we could have a back and forth between the queens. One player wanting to trade the queens, one player wanting to avoid it, and then the game ends in a draw because despite, I guess, them having different priorities. That being said, I don't think this is going to happen because I think Gukesh can move his queen out to the side of the board and attack towards the white rook. So I think Ding cannot just try and chase after the black queen, because the black queen has some new possibilities, some new areas to move into.
But maybe Gukesh would kind of try to test Ding a little bit and see, what are your ambitions? Maybe he'll allow like a back and forth maybe one time or something like that.
It's very interesting that the last game where Ding had the white pieces, at some point Ding just decided, okay, I'm going to trade off everything. And then Gukesh, instead of agreeing to all the trades and just accepting a draw, Gukesh was actually making moves, which made it seem like he was trying to win the game himself. So it feels as though Gukesh has shown that when the position is equal, he wants to continue the game. He wants to put maximum pressure on Ding. He wants to tire out Ding essentially by just pushing every situation as long as he can.
Oh, and now I've seen somebody in the background now. Stuff is going on in the studio. Hello.
Special guest in the studio. It's no other than Anna Cramling. Welcome to the Take studio, Anna.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here, and it's great to see the whole team over here.
Yeah. You just arrived. You've been on a flight to Oslo. You just arrived to the studio. What's your first reaction to the game?
Well, I just heard that Ding had spent 45 minutes on a move, basically. Yeah. So I guess that is my first reaction. I've had a little bit of time to look at how the game is going. And it's seeming like it's kind of simplifying right now. There are a lot of more minor pieces before us, I can see. But yeah, how has the game been so far? What have I missed?
Well, you missed a very thrilling opening where both players were super well prepared into a variation where they castled to opposite sides of the board, where first Gukesh sacrificed a pawn, then Ding sacrificed 2 pawns back, only for Ding to get another pawn in the end, remaining as we do now with an equal number of pawns. But because there's been so many pawn sacrifices instead of pawn trades, it means that the players have captured pawns on opposite sides of the board. And Ding now has a 3 pawns versus 1 on one side of the board, whereas there's a 4 pawns versus 2 for Gukesh on the opposite side. So our theory at the moment is that if there is a trade between the queens and the queens are taken off the board, then this would be very favorable for Ding because his pawns have a clear path towards becoming a new queen, not interrupted by the black pawn on the side as much as white's pawns are to a bigger part preventing the advance of Gukesh's pawns. Mm-hmm. So the previous move we had was Ding putting his queen next to Gukesh's queen, and Gukesh instantly retreating that queen away. And now we have another move. The queen keeps chasing after Gukesh's queen, and we now have potentially a draw. It depends on Ding's ambitions. We're very happy you came here just in time.
Yeah.
Because now we discussed the situation that if Ding tries to chase after the black queen with his white queen, the black queen will run up on the side of the board to attack the white rook in return. And then there's a big question whether Ding then is planning to point his rook towards the black king, or alternately, Ding could be interested in just following the black queen with his own queen. And this is how we have a potential back and forth.
Well, the bar set slightly better for Ding in this position. Anna, what do you think will be the result here in this game right now?
I want to say that it's going to keep going. But that is what I always want to say. I never want to see the quick draws, especially now that I just got here. I want to commentate a long game. But I just want to
keep playing, you guys.
Please keep playing just because of this. No. But yeah, no, it's really interesting because we have this different pawn formation, and we have, like Hammer is saying, these 2 plans where white can start pushing their C pawns, which is right now really, really strong. And even though black has some more pawns on the king side, the pawns on H and E are kind of stopping those. So what I'm wondering is, as black, can you ever try to take advantage of the fact that this E and H pawn are kind of weak? Can you try to come in with the rook somehow, even with the queens traded? Or is it always going to be very easy to defend for white?
I think, well, if the queens get traded off, I think black is going to be too busy trying to prevent the advance of the white pawns to be able to, like you say, go over to this side and start attacking against the white pawns. And I think it's no coincidence how Ding has placed his rooks. Because both his rooks are defending the 2 pawns that you now mentioned as being potential weakness.
And Gukesh moves his queen.
He avoids the queen trade.
Well, obviously he avoids the queen trade because trading queens, we are still under the assumption that would be terrible for Gukesh. But it's important where he moves his queen. Because I suggested that the queen move all the way up to the edge of the board, attacking after the rook, but then the rook would go and point towards the king. And then this could be dangerous for Gukesh. So instead, Gukesh moves the queen so that the queen is kind of protecting her own king from the frontal attack. And now Ding just moves his queen back where it came from. Once again, Ding is offering the trade between the queens, and the game is going to be a draw.
Is it hammer time?
No, see, you have to pressure him. You have to tell him, like, are you really calling this? And then he'll be like, no, never mind.
No, well, the thing is, it's very clear that Ding, and also based on how he has acted previously in this match, even when he gets a small advantage, if he feels like the advantage is just unclear and that there's risk involved. Here there is risk, right? Because there are rooks pointing down against the white king. So Ding feels like if I play on, I could potentially lose, and I just want to play it safe. But then everything we've seen from Gukesh showcases that if there is a way to avoid the draw, he would like to do so. So now the question becomes not whether Ding wants a draw or not. He's stating his intentions here by moving his queen literally back and forth between the same 2 squares. But the question is, could Gukesh try to go for the win? But that would be very risky, considering that our chess engine is saying this is actually a better position for Ding to begin with.
And how would he even continue? He would have to trade queens, right, to continue the game?
No.
No.
Trading queens is
It's just
off. Yeah, no, that is absolutely not being considered. I think if he wanted to play on, he would need to move his queen out on the edge of the board, which is not the greatest placement for a queen. And also, another problem with this is that it would allow the white rook to start pointing down towards the black king, which is what Gukesh was trying to avoid, placing the queen on the square it's at right now to begin with.
Yeah.
So, and also especially when we have our graphics with the eval bar on the bottom of the board, giving more area for white than for black, and with the explanation that Ding is better.
I love that bar, by the way. I love that it just says better.
Yeah.
There's no confusion whatsoever. What does this bar mean? Ding is better.
Yeah, Ding is just better in this situation. Gukesh is now thinking about his move. 24. Let's hope this game continues. We are so excited to have just been joined by Anna Cramling here in the Take studio. And not only that, we can also announce that Anna is a partner for Take. This is amazing news for us, Anna, that you are a team member now with us. Why did you think that this was a good partnership for you?
Well, I think it's just super cool that you guys are doing something new with chess.
Yeah.
I think that the app is great. And I think it provides something new. And I feel like in the chess world, we've seen kind of very similar things happen. I think it's nice to have some novelty, and you guys are providing that.
Yeah.
And all of this looks so professional. Like, this studio is the best chess studio I've ever seen.
Yes!
This is so nice. It's so cozy. And we have have Hammer over here, my old friend Hammer, my old friend Maud as well, and we have you. So it's just a very, very nice team as well.
Exactly. And we've decorated now for Christmas since it is December
seeing
1st. And yeah, you guys know each other. So we often see Hammer on your stream, Anna, commentating, especially when you play. So you guys, even if it's like a Norway-Sweden rivalry, you're good friends.
I did commentary on the Swedish team in the Chess Olympiad.
Exactly.
You did. You were all going for Sweden. You were going go Sweden the whole time.
I know there was no Norway versus Sweden match, so we didn't have to fully test out my loyalty.
I wanted to do it. I wanted to test out the loyalty. So next Olympiad, I want you to commentate again, and I'll give it another try.
Is it potential for that, Jon Ludvig?
I'm not sure Anna would necessarily like where my loyalty then ended up.
Okay. I mean, I was getting some critique here and there, like, Anna, you're playing so slow. Anna, what is this?
No, but that's just constructive feedback.
Okay,
That is a part of my commentary service.
You should hear what Jon Ludvig has to say about Ding and Gukesh sometimes, like the way he criticizes the amount of time they spend when he's saying this is a catastrophic, this is a controversial decision. I mean, you're pretty dramatic in the way you describe chess, Jon Ludvig.
That's part of the job.
I love that. That is amazing. It's just not as amazing when it's my decisions that are being analyzed.
All right. Well, Anna, you're not only here in the studio today. There is something huge coming up in 3 weeks. You are playing a match, a very important match for you in this studio. That's why we have the DGT board here. So you can play the big match against Odin, a Norwegian player. I mean, what is this match all about?
So we've been working on this match for a very long time, and I'm very excited to announce that this match is going to be happening. I haven't really announced it before, but it's kind of been leaked.
Yeah.
I feel like people have already kind of known about it, but in 3 weeks, I'm going to be playing a match right here versus Odin, who got the world record of the most games played, longest game.
So the longest streak of sitting at a chessboard playing, him and Askild, the two guys from Shaksnak, they played for how many hours was that actually? Like 60 something hours.
Straight. Like they were playing chess straight. I don't even know how you can be awake for 60 something hours. So the guy that I'm playing is someone that does not give up and is someone that puts everything into chess.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm so excited to play him, because he's also slightly higher rated than me.
Yeah.
But I've played Blitz against him a few times and it's gone pretty well. So I'm hoping that I can gain some rating.
Exactly. Because Anna, you have this mission. You are going for the GM title, right?
Well, I mean, okay, we're going one step at a time. But yes, we're starting with me getting 2,300. That is my next goal.
Yep.
So I want to get 2,300 FIDE. And to do that, obviously I need to gain a lot of rating. And so I thought, setting up a match against someone that is a little bit higher than me in rating, that can be a very close and exciting match, could be a really fun way for both of us to try to farm each other's rating and see how we do against each other. So I think it's going to be a really close match. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be broadcasted on my channel, on Shaksnak's channel as well. And it's going to be taking place here in the studio. So I'm very thankful that we get to do it here, and it's going to be super hype, I think.
And so I'm glad that you already said that you're liking the atmosphere in here, because you're going to spend a lot of time here playing this match against Odin. We do have another move in the game. Gukesh has moved his queen.
Oh, wow. It's happening.
Oh, no.
It could be happening, but what's interesting is that Ding did not respond instantly. So this is kind of like the tickling thing, where Ding is testing if Gukesh really wants to go for the win, and if Gukesh wants to play an inferior move in order to try and win the game. And Gukesh has responded that, no, you got me. I'm just moving back and forth. If you want to draw, I'm game. And now Ding is thinking, oh, well, if even Gukesh doesn't want to go try out for a win, the guy who was trying to win a completely equal endgame just 2 days ago, then maybe that's because there's something interesting here for me to find. So the fact that Gukesh the fact that Ding hasn't moved yet makes me think that he can now spend like 15, 20, 25 minutes trying to figure out whether he can figure out a plan that doesn't involve the trade between the queens. And if he finds something he's happy with, he's still willing to go for the win, even if he first tried this back and forth maneuver. So the onus is really on Ding right now. Gukesh cannot really do anything but avoiding the trade of queens. It would be extremely detrimental to Gukesh's position if the queens were traded. So he just has to run away. And now the question is whether Ding wants to continue chasing after the black queen or if he wants to go for the win.
But he's going back and forth, is he?
Going back and
He's
forth.
going back.
I was just about to ask you, Hammer, do you think this is giving Ding a lot of confidence?
Well,
Oh,
I mean, this has been the critique levied at Ding now for some time in this match, that he's getting good positions, but he's not being ambitious enough. That was what happened yesterday. It's what's happened today, and it is also. And Gukesh goes for the win.
Whoa!
Wow!
What's happening?
Wow!
And the bar says better, even better now for Ding.
Gukesh goes for the win.
This is crazy. We were so sure that he wasn't, and he plays it instantly.
If Gukesh had moved his queen back, that would have been the third time that position occurred. We were one move away from the game just being over.
Wow.
And instead, Gukesh is choosing to play on, despite the chess engine quite seriously favoring Ding at this moment.
Wow. Well, someone in Singapore just told Gukesh that Anna Cramling just joined the Take studio. Good job, Gukesh. He is going to keep playing this game. Incredible stuff.
Is this a push notification worthy?
100%.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
how should we word it?
is.
How should we word it? Anna, do you have
Gukesh
any...
is playing for the win.
Gukesh going for the win, but his position is way worse now? Or how should
Sounds good to me. I'm not the expert.
Gukesh.
Push
Trying to
notification,
win.
where does this go?
It's going to go to everyone that has the app. So we're sending out to
Oh.
like 100,000 people, which is why we need to word this in a good way.
Yeah.
Because I am very nervous about making spelling mistakes and making it like catchy.
Yeah.
And we want people to kind of know that this is a big moment in the World Championship. Go into the app and follow it now.
Okay, what about this?
Okay.
Crazy turn. Gukesh plays for the win in a worse position or something like that.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
Gukesh.
Very good one. So people will get a push notification very shortly. Gukesh is playing for the win, you guys. And Ding has responded. He has moved his rook. So he now has... That looks very nice. Queen and 2 rooks.
Yeah, so with this queen move, Gukesh put pressure on Ding's rook. And instead of moving the rook to point towards the black king, Ding is choosing to move the rook over so that, like Kaja said, he now has the 2 rooks and the queen working on the same file through the center of the board. And the intention behind this move from Ding is to prevent Gukesh's ability to use his rook and attack the white queen in the center of the board, because now if this rook attacks the queen, then Ding is going to sacrifice his queen,
Whoa.
taking out the black rook. The other black rook will capture the queen, but then a second rook, the first rook for Ding comes in, check on the king. The king has nowhere to run. It's trapped behind its own pawns. So the only move here is to capture the rook. And here we see why Ding needed a third piece to control this open file, because here the checkmate comes with the queen being captured from the rook coming down, and it's checkmate on the board. we only get to use this checkmate graphic in the analysis because it never happens in the game. So we try to use it when we can.
We used it yesterday like 5 times, I think.
Yeah, that was
a bit too much. A bit too much.
I love that. I wish that we could see it in one of the games one day. It's going to be very satisfying to press that.
I know. Yeah. But we do have other buttons that we can push, Anna. So let us know if you see like a blunder or a great move, and we can push that button.
Can I push it then?
Yes.
I would love to push it. It's very satisfying to push buttons.
I know.
I'll tell you how much wire you have. Just try it. Try to get it over there.
Which one are we pushing?
What does hammer time mean, Hammer?
You're not allowed to do that now.
Oh, you don't think that means you have to say what will be the result in this game?
Well, Anna needs to say it because she's the one who pressed the button.
Okay, well, let's put Anna on the spot then. What will be the result? What can you confidently say what you think the result will be in this game?
I mean, I want to say that Ding will manage a way to find the win, but I am a little bit inclined still to say that it's going to end in a draw somehow.
I mean, how can we expect him to find a way to go for the win when he just 1 move ago clearly stated to the whole world that he would be happy to make a draw?
Exactly. That's the reason. It's only coming from the psychology here in this game right now that it feels like it's going to end up in a draw. But we don't know. I mean, of course, the game is still continuing, and Gukesh is in a worse position. He plays now this move G6, which I suppose is one to get some air for the king. Now there's never going to be any back ranks. And maybe at some point later on, he wants to be able to play F5 when the queens are maybe off the board or something. And then it prepares for that.
And also, if you don't know what a back rank mate is, even though Jon Ludvig showed it on the board, in the app we have defined that word, so you can click on it if you don't know what it means. And I wrote what you said, Anna, that he's trying to avoid potential back rank mates.
Mm-hmm.
Giving some breathing space for the king to run into. And the question then becomes, is now Gukesh planning to attack the queen next, now that there will be no checkmate, if that happens?
Oh, yeah, that's now the threat. Yeah, exactly.
Well, but on the other hand, so let's say it's Gukesh's move right now. If Gukesh moves his rook to attack the queen, yeah, it might force Ding into sacrificing his queen. But on the other hand, then Ding would also have 2 rooks in trade for a queen, which is a really difficult thing to correctly assess who that favors. And especially here, where we have that still have the 4 black pawns versus the 2 white pawns on one side, and then 3 white pawns versus 1 black pawn on the opposite side. That just makes it extra difficult to realize whether it's good having the queen or whether it's good having the 2 rooks in such a situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, Game 6 in World Chess Championship history is very often dramatic. This was looking like it could be a rather quick draw today, but Gukesh is pushing for the win. That is so exciting. And we have Anna Cramling in the studio today. We're super happy to have her here. And if you guys in the chat on YouTube have questions for Anna, then go ahead and write them there. I will keep an eye on that and ask her some questions already. And you won't be surprised, Anna, a lot of questions about the cow opening, which is your opening. I saw a bunch of questions asking, like, do you think we'll see the cow in the World Chess Championship match 2024?
I get that question so often.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would say that if we saw the cow in the World Chess Championship match, it would be something so extraordinary and crazy that I don't even know what I would do with myself. I do not believe it's going to happen, but it makes me very happy that there's so many people that want to see it. Yeah, no.
You've had a very impressive marketing campaign.
I would say this is like the most known opening in chess.
Maybe
right
the elf on the shelf will hear this, because today he had played the Bong Cloud on the board when we came into the studio.
Yeah.
So maybe the elf on the shelf
is
taking some notes right now.
And he will play the cow another day, so you come into the studio and
Maybe,
all set
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yes, please do, elf. Is that the elf?
Yeah.
This guy here, yeah.
This guy. Okay, perfect. Yeah, well, it wasn't supposed to become as big as it did. It was just supposed to be a little fun thing, but then it people just started playing it and knowing about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really cool. But no, I don't think we're going to be seeing here, unfortunately. But obviously, you never know.
Exactly.
Even Magnus doesn't have an opening named after
I know. Yeah.
So please excuse me for what I'm about to say,
Oh
but
no! Oh no!
I think it's fair to say that a lot of openings already had names. So you had to go pretty far into obscure territory
Yeah.
in order to find something fresh that you could name yourself.
Yeah.
And you know, I wanted to name it the Cramling opening, but I didn't want to put dirt on my mom's name. So it couldn't be called that. Imagine after her whole career, her legacy becomes the Cramling opening, and it's this. I thought that is impossible. So it had to be something else. And that's why it became the cow.
That's why it became the cow. A very cool opening, anyways. And maybe the elf on the shelf will put it up on our board tomorrow. And it's been a crazy couple of years for you. Obviously, playing chess, being a player, but your stream, your channels also growing incredibly fast. Like, you have so many followers now. What is it like being you? Living off chess, living the dream, right?
That's a fun question. What's it like being me? Yeah, it's crazy because I've always wanted to live out of chess somehow, but I've always thought it's completely impossible for me because I'm not strong enough of a player. So if you would have told 16-year-old Anna that I could live from chess,
Yeah.
it would be my dream. And now I get to do that in a very different way, but in a way that I love even more because I get to interact so much with different people. I get to kind of create my own path in chess. I get to create videos that I love. So it's just so cool that I can take a plane at 7 a.m. in the morning and go to Oslo one day to talk about the World Chess Championship, and then go somewhere else another day to play chess somewhere else. It's really incredible. So yeah, no, it's
You went
fun.
to London.
I went to London a while ago. Yeah, why?
Well, I just recall that you were saying now you come for a one-day visit to Oslo, but you also had a one-day visit to London.
Oh, I did, because I went to the Tottenham Football Club.
Ooh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, so I went there back in October. Are you not a Tottenham fan?
No.
Okay. I could hear it in your voice. I went to a Premier League football club.
How cool.
And I went there for one day to play chess against one of their football players. And that was like crazy. I was like, what am I doing here with chess?
Cool.
Yeah, so it was really cool. So I got to meet one of the players. I played chess against them. And
Nice.
we did a collaboration between chess and football, which was really cool. So it's like a lot of really random things. But yeah, no, I love the fact that I can do chess and that people want to watch chess and that it's grown the way that it has.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I know, yeah. And thank you, Anna, for growing the game of chess to more people and beginners like myself who enjoys watching your stream and just enjoy the game of chess growing. We do have another move in Singapore. And I'm very curious, why on earth has the queen, Ding's queen, moved out of that beautiful, do you call it Alekine's gun when you have those three lined up?
Yeah. I usually say Alyekin.
I say Alekine.
Alekine. I feel that's very
Aljek?
British.
Yeah.
No, but he was Russian originally, right?
Okay.
Before he moved to France. And in Russian, the E is always like a YE. So
I thought that you were going to say to Kaja something about like, oh, but right now they're not really threatening anything in this line. And then you just started to discuss the name instead. But that's fine. You do what you want to do, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, no.
You be you, Jon Ludvig.
In any case, like Kaja said, he has stepped out of the two rooks and the queens working together on the same file, which is referred to as Alyekin's gun in English. Because I confuse it, because it's Alyekin's cannon in Norwegian.
What is it in Swedish?
Oh, don't ask me that question. I have no
You always
idea.
talk about chess in English, right?
I do.
Yeah.
But in any case, potentially because Ding wasn't entirely sure what would happen if the rook were to attack the queen where it stands, the queen has preemptively moved away. But then why can you not use the rook to attack the queen now? It's not like the queen runs away from the range of the black rooks.
Well, maybe they're going to offer a trade
And the
Of the
queen is
queen.
not attacking anything where it stands right now. Maybe it's just moving out of... One thing I will say about this queen, the queen is now protecting the pawn on the side of the board, which is a pawn that the black queen was pointing down towards. So that means the previous protector of that pawn, which was the rook in the middle, that rook was defending over here. Now that rook may be excused, and now maybe that rook can move up through the middle of the board instead.
I was also wondering,
But
could
then
an
the queen
idea
comes in.
could an idea be to play queen g3 and still continue trying to chase the queen away?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's reasonable.
But is that drawish ambitions then from Ding?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, because it feels like he still wants the draw. I mean, that's the last thing we know that he said, and then Gukesh said, no, we're going to keep playing the game. Because I'm wondering, otherwise, couldn't it have been more active to play a move such as queen a5, or just place the queen somewhere else where it's attacking something? Maybe the queen is a bit off the board there, but like you're saying, Hammer, it feels like the queen is just going to get chased away unless you try to chase down black's queen again.
Yeah.
And I also feel like if Ding is really like in the draw mode in his mind, he's just like, I need to trade that queen. I need to threaten back and forth. And maybe he's a little bit scared since Gukesh has kind of said, I'm going to go for something here.
But we have always said that Gukesh should avoid the trade of queens. And the difference now compared to when Ding was trying to get a queen trade earlier on is that now the two white rooks are working together through the center of the board. So now, if the queen moves back to trade with the black queen, and Gukesh, like he did previously, just moves into the middle again, well, now this queen move might be a mistake on account of the white rook then being able to come in, pressure against the queen, and starting attacks against the black pawns along the seventh rank. So maybe there's an extra reason now why Gukesh then might not be able to avoid the queen trade.
And if you would play something like rook d8 now, then I suppose you could just trade and then capture the pawn on e4. So the queen is a little bit threatening that pawn on e4 as well, as we can see here. So I am thinking maybe what Gukesh should do is to first threaten the queen, like you were saying, with rook e8, so that the queen has to move and not attack that pawn anymore. Because then you have to make the choice of where do you go with that queen. And now if you would play something like, oh, maybe if you play something like queen g3 anyways with the rook on e8, you're right, Hammer. The queen goes to e7 or somewhere else, you just attack it with the rook. So this could actually be quite smart.
Oh, and we do have the rook to e8 from Gukesh, but not the one that we were expecting.
Wow.
The other rook.
Rook a e8. And this looks like it's to have the rook on the f file and start pushing the f pawn.
Uh-huh.
But also he's kind of giving up the attack that he had on the king.
Yeah, no, this seems like if Ding wanted a draw, then the reason for him wanting a draw was because he was insecure about his king's safety. And he didn't want to have the rooks point down towards his king. But now...
Is this a controversial move, Jon Ludvig?
I mean, the controversial thing was playing on for the win with the...
Yeah, I already wrote that was...
He should have just made the draw, right? But now that he hasn't... It's weird that he's going for the win with avoiding the back and forth, but then at the same time, now he's moving pieces away from the attack on the king, which did appear to us as being the main method for him to utilize to try and get the win. So I'm curious. Do you think Gukesh is regretting not going back and forth earlier now that he's moving rooks away from pointing down on the white king?
I don't think so. I don't think so somehow. I feel like he's now just changing the plan that he has. But maybe it's just from the, in general, confident aura that Gukesh gives off that I'm thinking that.
Oh, that's an interesting point as well, right? The psychological aspect of Gukesh making that moves. It really shows confidence.
It's showing a lot of confidence. I mean, he's first in a worse position saying, I don't want to draw, I want to keep on playing. And then he's just completely kind of changing plans. So, yeah, the only plan that I'm seeing with playing this is to play a move like f5 and then try to play f4. But it does feel very scary to do with the king then being so weak and the queens being on the board. But I don't know, Hammer, is that something that Gukesh can ever do?
I don't know. So I'm assuming Ding will go back with his queen, and then I'm assuming that because Gukesh is moving pieces away from attacking the white king, that Gukesh now feels like attacking the white king is not his primary objective anymore. So I would guess that Gukesh is going to accept the trade between the queens. If this retreat happens, which is that is a move, a risky move, because now white has a clear path forward with their pawn on the other side, and then like Anna is saying, part of the strategy behind having the rook still maintained next to his king has to be that the pawn should advance in front of the rook, but then with the white pawn advancing on the opposite side, it feels to me like white's pawns are advancing quicker, because here the white pawn can continue forward without being captured, whereas if Gukesh continues forward, then boom, out and out. And the advance of the pawn has been, at least temporarily, halted.
So wait, so in this situation, Ding's winning?
If only chess was that easy. maybe this is a draw, but it definitely feels like there's a better chance for Ding, because in the ensuing situation with Gukesh managing to get rid of those white pawns, blocking the advance of his own, here Ding has his two pawns standing next to one another. So they can help each other as they advance forward. Whereas Gukesh's remaining pawns, they are very far apart. And so they're going to have to go on a solo mission to get further. On the other hand, here Gukesh's pawn would be 3 steps away from becoming a new queen, whereas Ding's pawn still has 4 steps remaining. So I think this is my best guess for what direction Gukesh is going in, because otherwise, if he's not now willing to make the trade between the queens, well, unless Gukesh is planning to trade the queens, I don't understand why he would move his rook away from pointing towards the white king.
Okay.
What about this other idea? What if queen g3, let's say that Ding now goes for this move that we're saying. What if black would go queen h5 and try to keep the queens and try to move it to the other side of the board? And if we attack that queen with something like rook d5, which we were saying, then go f5 and just try to play something similar but with the queens on the board. The queen looks a bit off, I guess, on h5, but...
Queen is very offside here.
Yeah.
And because the queens were not traded, you have to consider king safety. We've been scared about Ding's king safety because we were thinking 2 black rooks would point up against the king together. But when these black rooks are more in a defensive stance instead, I'm very concerned about the white rook pushing further forward and now very easily creating pressure against the squares right in front of the black king.
Yeah.
So
No, this looks very scary.
I would consider this too scary to go into.
Interesting. Well, It is Ding thinking now for 6.5 minutes on move 29. He has 44 minutes left to reach move 41. Sorry about that, where they get an additional 30 minutes and 30 seconds after each move. We are so excited to have Anna Cramling here in the studio today, in the Take, Take, Take studio, and also that she's a partner now with Take, 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 and Magnus Carlsen, who is a co-founder of this company. I can see in the Twitch chat that someone was saying, I was jumping around the station, and when I came back, suddenly Anna was in the studio. Amazing. And we haven't forgotten you guys in Twitch. If you have a question or a comment for Anna, then leave it in the chat on Twitch or on YouTube, and I will try to pass as many of them as possible on to Anna. And earlier today, we were talking about the C pawn for Ding. We named it the Charlotte pawn, but obviously it should be named today the Cramling pawn. What are the chances, Anna, that the Cramling pawn will become a queen in this game, and that will sort of be the deciding moment in this game?
What an honor to have it be called the Cramling pawn. That is very beautiful. Well, now that you're calling it that, I absolutely want that pawn to become a queen at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, what are the chances? I don't know. I don't know. But that's what the race is going to be, right? Will that pawn be able to become a queen at some point? And what I think I find the most fascinating with this game is that it feels like a very complicated endgame to get into, and Gukesh is very confidently kind of entering that, right? By playing all of this, if we see Queen G3 now. So obviously they're at a whole other level, but I just find it so fascinating that they can feel so confident about a certain endgame that is so complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then I also wonder, is Gukesh going into the endgame or being forced into it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because we started going into the situations where Gukesh repeatedly showcased to us that our assessment that he wanted to avoid the queen trade was correct, because he moved his queen away any time the two queens were locking horn. But now, if the queen retreats, this will allow for the rook to enter into black's half, which will be a completely different scenario to the ones we were anticipating previously. And so maybe the change in how the white rooks work together actually prevent Gukesh from avoiding the queen trade, which is why I said maybe it's not Gukesh who's happy about the queens being traded, but rather that he doesn't have a choice.
That's a very good point. And do you think he's right now regretting the decision of not taking the draw?
I mean, I'm amazed. Whatever happens in this game, it has to be said, Gukesh's psychology and bravery of avoiding the draw that was available to him. He just needed to put the queen on a different square and the game would be over. He would be having dinner right now.
He would.
Which is not an exaggeration. The players are humans. They think about these kind of things.
Oh, really?
If I make a draw now, you know, I can go eat something.
But Hammer, do you think they're thinking about that in the World Chess Championship? Do you think they're thinking about food here?
I think this means that Jon Ludvig is thinking about it, because we're on our third hour now.
Yeah.
So this is when you usually get hungry and cranky.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm going to get some food here to the studio for everyone.
That was Jon Ludvig's way of bringing that up.
Of course, it depends on your level of concentration and stuff like this. But my first time playing against the very best in the world at the Norway Chess Tournament, I asked Magnus, because I was spending some time during the games thinking about what I was going to say at the press conference. And on the rest day, I was like, I told Magnus this, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't be thinking about these things. And it just pops into my head, kind of planning conversations is part of my personality or whatever. How I deal with the struggles of the real world. But he was like, no, this is normal. You have so much time during a game, and it's only natural that your thoughts drift for a little bit. And I could, when even Magnus is saying that is that is reasonable to think about some other things. I think it's fair to say that Gukesh, there's playing the World Championship, to put it like this, playing the World Championship is incredibly stressful. So when you have the chance to avoid that stress and instantly make a draw with the black pieces, you're not down in the match, so it's not like you have to push for the win. I think the most impressive thing about Gukesh playing on is his willingness to expose himself to the stress of the match.
Interesting.
But it's also kind of crazy that since they're in game 6 out of 14, it feels like he doesn't have to be taking all these risks in every single game. Couldn't he wait a little bit?
Well, but then I think Magnus has spoken to this, right? That
You have to take the chances.
No, well, it's easier to take risks early on because then you still have some time to correct
Oh, yeah.
matters if something goes wrong. Whereas when you're closing down on the very last games of the match, then, you make one mistake and you may never get the chance to correct it.
Okay.
So if you're going to take risks, it makes sense doing it early on. And then you can ask the question, is game 6 early? Because frankly, we're approaching the halfway point and there's not too many games left.
No, it's going to start getting stressful. And I think that's the case, right? In every World Championship, every win is huge because typically there are quite a lot of draws. Every time there is a win, that really sets the momentum for that player in the match. So, yeah, no, but I agree with you that it's really, really fascinating to see him being so confident. And we see now Ding making his move. Queen G3 is the move we were expecting. I was going to ask you, Hammer, what was he thinking about otherwise? Where was the queen going to go? Was he going to play something like Queen A5? But yeah, he does end up doing the move that we predicted, Queen G3.
Yeah, everything Ding has done over the past 5, maybe even up to 10 moves has been about trading the queens.
Yeah.
And right now, we're not sure Gukesh can avoid it anymore.
No.
I'm also running out of words to describe because I'm writing a comment for every single move in the app. And now I'm losing the vocabulary to kind of describe Ding tries to trade the queens again, and Gukesh tries to avoid the queens again. I would be happy to see a queen trade just for the sake of writing something else, honestly.
But queens are finally traded.
Yes.
And it's not finally, right? We want a full-blown battle.
But the full-blown battle happens if the queens get traded.
Oh, I thought it was the opposite. I thought that brought us closer to the draw.
Oh.
No,
Hey,
This is where
get
the battle
queens
really...
off the board.
No, because right now, if the queens don't get traded, then Ding can try and just follow the black queen with his queen, and they end up going back and forth
Got it.
like they almost did earlier.
But now we're going to be seeing a pawn race. It's going to be incredibly exciting. I mean, I feel like it's a myth that when the queens are on the board, things are more exciting.
Yeah.
This is going to be super exciting because there's going to be 2 big pawn races, one on the queen side and one on the king side. And the one that's going to be faster is almost going to win.
He doesn't trade.
He avoids it, but he avoids it in a weird way.
Queen H5. So he does go for...
The
for
Cramling move.
This is the Cramling move.
Nice. Nice. But the bar goes up for Ding. It's back to saying better for Ding.
Yeah, it's not good that it was a Cramling
Is this a
move.
mistake, Jon Ludvig? Because the bar goes up to better. Is that what?
Well, better is not huge.
Okay. We haven't had any mistakes or any great moves in this game so far. And Anna, feel free to call it if you see it. But I guess you kind of support this move as you suggested it.
Well, I thought this was his idea. I thought his idea would be to go Queen H5, F5, and then try to play F4. And yeah, but I mean, F5 just looks so crazy. There is no way that he's going to play F5. But my question is...
No, I think you got too into this plan of pushing the pawn forward, because now I'm thinking if Ding moves his rook up to attack the queen, because the first thing you said, because when you first suggested this, you were talking about moving the queen over to the other side. Mm-hmm. And then I prevented you from doing that, and then you got stuck on this pawn.
Yeah, I got excited
forward
about
plan.
it, yeah.
Yeah. But instead, I think it's always about the queen getting over to the other side, And if the rook moves up to attack the queen, we don't expose our own king to less pawns protecting it. Instead, we move the queen inside white's half of the board. And if Ding continues chasing after the queen, in some kind of weird way of geometry here, the queen ends up getting to the side of the board where she wanted to be and points down towards the white king.
And suddenly it's Ding's queen that is kind of strangely placed, I would say.
But my question is, what is the rook doing on f8 then?
Yeah, no, this rook is looking very silly.
The silly rook. Do you guys want to know, or do you want to guess what the top computer move is?
I don't
Let's
think they're
play
gonna...
hand and brain again.
I would
exactly. I
guess
thought that might be a strange move.
King here.
No, so pawn.
Pawn.
I mean, how crazy can we get?
Now Jon Ludvig is specifically trying to wow us with
Yeah.
crazy moves.
Well, you weren't far off.
Pawn c4?
No,
Maybe.
Yeah, I guess pawn b3.
that's correct.
Wow.
If she says I wasn't too far off
Yeah.
being too so aggressive.
What
No,
is-
this makes sense because then the pawn gets one step closer to becoming a new queen. Sometimes you have to be patient
Yeah.
about these pawn races.
You can't just push the pawn.
And it enables the king to get one step further up because right now the king only has one pawn next to it. Whereas if you push the pawn up and move the queen, the king after, then suddenly the king has three pawns next to it. So it actually does keep the king a little bit safer.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pawn on a2 is also very everything is defended, it feels like, with the pawn.
Yeah,
on
and this is very important, right?
b3.
Because I suggested
Yeah.
this king to the side, and the point of that was just to keep this pawn defended on because I'm expecting you to come over here and attack. But then pawn one step forward is an improvement on my plan, where the king can go one step forward in addition to everything still being protected on that side.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a very logical move.
Okay.
And I think Ding is going to play that.
Okay. Well, we can see here on the screens here in the studio, we have the footage from Singapore. Ding Liren is sitting by the board in the venue. I actually couldn't see if Gukesh was there or if he's in his private lounge right now. But Ding has 33 minutes left to reach move 41. He has already lost one game on time in this World Chess Championship match. Wait, what was your reaction when that happened, Anna? Like, he had 4 moves to make when the clock ticked down to 0. That's crazy, right?
It is completely crazy. I actually didn't see it live, but I remember starting stream that day and everybody saying, Anna, Ding lost on time. And I couldn't believe it, right? Because it's not so often that you see that. In a
Hardly
World
ever, right? And in long classical chess, crazy stuff.
with 2 hours, but I think that's what makes this time control specifically so exciting.
Yes.
The fact that you don't get these extra 30 seconds, you have to plan your time in a whole different way. So I actually really like that because then those kind of things can happen. So yeah, but this situation seems a lot better for Ding. I
Yeah.
don't think he's going to lose on time in this position with 32 minutes left.
Yeah, he should be able to make what's happening. He moves his queen and the bar jumps. The bar hates it at first and then it corrects itself.
He's going after the pawn in the middle again?
Is he though?
What else is he doing?
Maybe he's just now... Oh, no. I was going to say that now he's chasing away the queen, taking away squares for the queen, but whenever we go rook d5, there's always this move queen e2 that you were saying.
But could he use his rook as well and maybe attack the pawn in the middle? I don't know.
You guys are surprised by this, or
Yeah, no, I'm
puzzled.
I'm trying to see a single point of this move.
Well, that's very helpful for me when I'm trying to write down what this move means, Jon Ludvig.
I'm coming up short.
What about rook g1?
Well, the thing is, if he moves his rook over here to point down towards the black king, then black can try to take control over the area in the center of the board. and point down towards Ding's king. I think one of the biggest things Ding has working for him right now is that he has the two rooks working together through the middle of the board. That is giving him the option of pushing forward, like we have analyzed, but it's also preventing Gukesh from trying to do anything and create some threats towards the white king on through that same middle of the board. So this queen move is just it strikes me as a bit of a nothing move.
Well, that's going to be a great comment. Thank you for your...
Well, it's just...
Write it down. Nothing.
I wrote first, it was a mysterious move that is difficult to understand at a first glance.
Yeah.
but
And I was ready to update it.
Last time I said something was mysterious.
I know. That's why I was worried, because Caruana said, like, why was Hammer saying this was a mysterious move? It was not mysterious at all. It was mysterious to me that he thought it was mysterious.
Yeah.
So now I'm like worried that the grandmasters of the world will criticize us unless we understand this move.
But remember, everyone, Jon Ludvig and everyone here, they're commentating without computers.
Yeah,
this is the human point of view
So is
from top
Fabiano.
players.
Fabiano is judging me beyond that. No, I don't get it. Sorry, Fabi. I don't know what to say. Please explain this to me.
But, okay, so you guys, the next move. So Gukesh now thinking about his next move.
Well, Gukesh needs to move his rook up, right? I'm assuming he'll move the rook 2 steps forward. Here's the thing that Anna has been talking about as well. Why did we lock this rook here? Mm-hmm. This rook cannot move. So in order to move this rook, we have to move this one, which begs the question, why did we move here to begin with?
Maybe it was actually a preventive move. Maybe he got really worried that there would be moves such as rook d7, threatening on f7, that would force the rook to come back.
Yeah. Okay, so if Gukesh is using this as a defensive rook, protecting his own pawn, that still doesn't kind of deal with the issue that in order for this rook to do something more constructive, this other black rook needs to move first. Which is why I'm suggesting moving this rook up just to give myself the opportunity to... I don't know where this other guy is going, though. I don't like Gukesh's position. I do not understand why he chose to play on when he had the chance to end the game. It was brave, very brave from Gukesh. But there's not a lot of distance between being brave and being a fool. And I think Gukesh has put himself under a lot of pressure by that unnecessary attempt to win the game.
But I just want to bring your attention to the top computer move. Because, Anna, you've been talking about the black queen swinging across the board.
Yeah.
And the computer really likes that. Not the whole way.
Not the whole way?
No.
He wants to go to b5.
Queen b5.
This game is just becoming more and more mysterious.
It feels like it will end up with a winner.
Yeah,
When you guys are so puzzled.
I mean, also, it's just the fact that, like, if that's the best move, and we can't understand any of the best moves, and none of the players are playing the best
Well,
moves.
I mean, it makes sense bringing the queen against
Sure.
because the queen was really awful over here.
It was.
So bringing the queen over makes a ton of sense.
What if we start pushing the a-pawn? We don't want to move the rooks because the rooks are stuck there dealing with their situations.
Yeah.
What if we just push the a-pawn and just try to push it all the way and create weaknesses in white's position?
I like that. Especially now that Ding has kind of showcased that he doesn't have a plan. I mean, he's just sitting around waiting for Gukesh to make some decisions. So I like the general idea of pushing the pawn up. Although, one of the reasons I like moving the queen all the way over is that then I'm attacking a pawn and I'm preventing this idea that we saw earlier where the pawn goes one step forward and creates a little hut for the king to step into. Whereas if the queen now moves over, that is not a possibility for white because then the queen may capture one of these white pawns that ended up undefended. So I guess my question is, if we're going to move the queen, and I'm happy to do that, and we have to choose between these two squares over on the other side, why are we choosing the square where white now can kind of build their pawns forward while attacking the queen, whereas putting it out on the side of the board both prevents the pawns from moving forward, but also attacks one of the guys on the side?
Well, I'm wondering, can we not just defend the pawn on a2 now with king b1?
Yeah, well, yes, that move will definitely happen. But yeah, and now you're unhappy that the queen is standing in the way of your pawn.
I just don't see what else he's going to do right now, because the rooks are stuck right now in the situation they're in. And so almost the only thing you can do is either move the queen or move that pawn.
Yeah.
By process of elimination, we have found a move for Gukesh.
Yeah. Queen over to the other side while not standing in the way of pushing the pawn forward on the next 3 moves. Basically just pushing that pawn until it cannot go forward anymore.
That's the plan. I don't know how strong it is, because I suppose white can always just play something like a3, but then maybe we've made it harder for white to push those pawns in the endgame.
But I feel like what I would be worried about if I was Gukesh is this pawn in the middle of the board. Oh, but we have the move now.
Oh, he moves. He plays Anna's move. Gukesh channels his inner Anna.
Hammer's move. Hammer's move. This is, I will give the credit to Hammer here.
But is it a good move?
It makes Ding's response very obvious. So good news for Ding in that he can now respond pretty quickly.
As soon as he gets back from the break room.
So Ding will move his king over to defend the pawn that's currently being threatened on the
No,
side.
he played the pawn to a3.
Oh.
Okay, so he didn't move the king over.
That's weird.
Which is because he didn't want to have a rook pointing in towards his king, maybe?
Yeah, because now if you take the pawn, I suppose the pawn on c3 is hanging because of that pin.
Yeah, so if queen takes pawn in the middle, then queen takes pawn in front of the white king, and the black queen cannot be captured because that would put the white king in check from the rook. But I don't know, I still prefer this and then just hide out in the corner, because now when Ding puts all his pawns on the dark squares, I mean, now for sure, Gukesh is he's going to do the Anna move.
It's coming.
I think so.
The queen b5 and then pushing?
Yeah. Well, he's definitely going to move his queen to a light square to try and control some of these light squares around the white pawns that have chosen to put themselves on dark squares.
Interesting. You were talking about a hut. Is that hut for Ding now out of the question, Jon Ludvig?
Yeah.
So he's not going into any kind of cozy hut where he can chill out in front of the fireplace.
No,
This is a battle now.
the white king is not as relaxed as it could have been if it had invested differently in the pawn's future.
Yeah. Let's Smack in the Twitch chat is saying that Anna is thinking like a world champion candidate with her move suggestions here. And are you now in or reaching top shape, Anna, with this big match against Odin that will be played here in Take 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 Studio is coming up in 3 weeks?
Of course I am.
Yeah.
I mean, Odin should be very scared right now. He should be watching this broadcast and he should feel the pressure. No, I am so excited to play it, and I will be studying a lot of chess before and maybe surprise here and there. So, so yeah, but this is great because when you commentate, I feel like you completely go into the minds of the players. You try to at least understand how their minds are working. And so you analyze the games in a much deeper way than when you do otherwise. And now, I mean, also with your help and with Hammer's help, I feel like I'm learning so much. So this has been great. But thanks, chat, for hyping me up. I appreciate it. I'm trying to come up here with some good suggestions. And then we will see if they were played. But yeah, no, this is really, really cool.
Yeah. Gukesh now thinking for 3 minutes on move 31. He has 34 minutes left to reach move 41. And it is now the question of trading queens. Is that not a question anymore?
I would say Gukesh, by moving his queen over to the side where the white king is, he remains with different ambitions than trading them off. But it still would feel desirable for Ding to get the queen trade if possible.
Yeah. But now, I mean, my question is, can we start being ambitious as Ding? Like, I want to be ambitious with white.
Ooh, do you want to push the pawn on the side of the board?
No. You know what I want? I want the e4 pawn. I want to play at some point rook d4, and I want to try to force black to play something they don't want to play. Like f5. We've said f5 is a really bad move, for instance. So I just want to pressure that pawn, and I'm thinking now, is it really that bad if the queen can at some point get to e2? I mean, how bad is it truly?
Well, especially now that the black queen no longer has access to that square. That means the white rook no longer has to protect here and can instead have more attacking, more of an attacking purpose.
Yeah. That's
to go after the pawn in the center.
Pat McKay is saying that Magnus Carlsen, the destroyer of dreams, can win this position 100% of the times. Do you agree with that? Is this like a typical position where, I suppose with the white pieces, Magnus would win?
I was going to ask with what colors.
Yeah.
Colors
I wasn't actually sure.
If it's 100% of the time, I would say against which opponent?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Don't look at me.
Against Kaja, I would say yes.
I agree. How about against you, Jon Ludvig?
No.
No, okay.
If he has...
Not 100%. I mean 100%. That's a lot of time.
So what kind of percentage are we talking about, Hammer?
Oh, that becomes a different discussion.
How about
I do think Gukesh's position is unpleasant. And it's going to be a difficult task for him to...
How about against you, Anna? Do you feel confident you could save this against Magnus?
Against Magnus?
Yeah.
No.
No.
With neither color I would save this against Magnus.
Well, Gukesh is still thinking. Now, Magnus Carlsen is a co-founder of Take, and that means Anna and Magnus are now partners in crime in Take. And for you, Anna, growing up in Sweden, a country next to Norway, how important has Magnus been? Sort of proving that coming from an even smaller country than Sweden, he can become the world champion, maybe the greatest of all time. What has Magnus meant to you growing up? A few years older, obviously.
I mean, Magnus has always been a huge inspiration in chess, and I definitely think that it's improved so much the chess in Scandinavia, and it's just inspired a lot more people. I do think he has inspired a lot more people in Norway. I don't know why. The boom didn't happen the same way in Sweden. I don't know if it's because he's Norwegian and we just thought, okay, Norway, they do their own thing.
Yeah, they do their chess thing.
They do their chess thing, but I know in Norway it's had a huge impact, which is so cool to see. And it's always made me sad that Sweden hasn't had that same inspiration. But now chess has started to become a lot bigger in Sweden these past few years as well.
100%, yeah.
Yeah,
But
so...
with your mother, with yourself, really popularizing it in Sweden as well.
Yeah, so it's become a lot bigger. But I think that just in general, having a Nordic guy be the world champion has just been really cool. And he's traveled to Sweden a lot of times. I actually played a simul with him when I was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, it was my first time playing Magnus. I think I was 14 or something like that.
Oh.
And it's a really funny story because I was playing a simul and I thought I was one of the best people there. So I was like, oh, I'm going to put the best game to Magnus, but I played a horrible game and I got destroyed in like 20 moves. And after he had to say who had played the best out of everyone, and I was just hiding because I thought I was the highest rated. I was like, he's not gonna say my name. He's not gonna say my name. And he said someone else.
Oh no!
And I just had a horrible game against him. And then luckily my game a few years later with him was slightly better than that. But I did get completely crushed that time. Yeah.
It happens, right? It happens against Magnus Carlsen. Well, Magnus Carlsen is not playing the World Chess Championship match because he decided to walk away from his throne after winning the match 5 times. The reigning champion is Ding Liren. He took the title in 2023, and he is in Singapore now to defend his title, but Gukesh is fighting to become the youngest in history. He's only 18 years old, and now he is thinking about move 31. Spending a lot of time here now, Gukesh.
Yeah, no, at the beginning of the game, we said, oh, they have played 17 moves almost instantly. Time trouble is not going to be an issue here.
Well, we didn't say that. You were the one saying that.
I don't remember the exact details, but it was said by someone. That person may turn out to be wrong. Because they still have quite a couple moves to play.
And is it difficult now? Is it difficult now to find the good moves?
Difficult for Gukesh.
But not for Ding.
Well, Ding can play a nothing move and still have a nice advantage. Like, Ding played this queen move, which I didn't understand anything, the point of.
You're putting yourself more and more at risk of criticism when you keep saying that this move is so weird and it makes no sense.
But probably Anna was just right the whole time, right? He just wanted to be closer to this black pawn, and now he wants to move his rook up, and then the queen and rook will work together towards the black pawn. It's just that I didn't understand it was important trying to capture this pawn because, frankly, I didn't understand that this rook was supposed to go over here. The rook moving away from pointing towards the white king and moving into the center of the board, that remains a weird decision from Gukesh in my mind, because it turns out even with the rook here, he's now struggling to defend the pawn in the middle of the board.
Yes, I think what this means is basically just that he has quite a difficult position to defend in general.
Okay. Thinking for over 10 minutes now. We can see from the footage in Singapore, he is leaning over the board now, Gukesh. He is not closing his eyes like you often will see the young Indian do. He is looking, and his eyes are like... We once in the Champions Chess Tour, when I worked with that, we tested out doing some eye tracking, which was very interesting. Like, we could see where the players, what pieces were sort of the option for them to move. And it was interesting to look at Gukesh right now because his eyes were going all over the place. Like, he's looking to the left of the board, to the right of the board. Is it not clear right now where the battle on this board is taking place?
No, I don't think it is. Because also, like Anna has said, if the queens do get traded, then we will have a pawn race with pawns on opposite sides.
Wow.
Always rushing forward on black having control on the side where they have the king and white having extra pawns in front of their king. And if Gukesh at any point is considering moving his queen next to Ding's in order to help protect the pawn in the middle of the board, well, then it's only natural that he's paying attention to both sides because pawns will be rushing forward here and there.
I have now posted a tweet from Susan Polgar, who has written that even in an inferior endgame, Gukesh is, instead of opting for a draw, he's trying to win. Is it risky or is it the right decision? We will see. He wins the respect from a lot of fans. So I thought that was a good take and a good summary of what's going on while we're kind of waiting for these moves. But as she says, is it risky or is it risky or is it the right decision? I guess we will have to find out, but it's at least
he's shown a lot of heart.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of vague sports terminology that you can use without saying whether it was smart or dumb. He's shown a lot of heart.
And we like that.
I want to see if any grandmasters have like a serious, like conclusive take on it. That's like, I think that he's going to win this. I think she should not have taken this chance. I mean, you're usually pretty harsh in your criticism. Do you think this was a bad idea from Gukesh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was brave.
Yeah.
And it had heart.
It had a lot of heart.
It had a lot of heart.
A lot of heart.
Gukesh playing with heart. We love that. It feels like that's what Magnus in the post-game shows we've done with him. That's what he's been asking of the players. To take the chances. Maybe to be more brave. I don't know. Do you think they've listened to him? Or at least Gukesh then, maybe?
Well, Ding certainly hasn't, as he was going into a back and forth with the queens, even when the chess engines thought he had some advantage. But Gukesh I think Gukesh showed signs of this kind of level of ambition in the previous game he had with the black pieces 2 days ago. We had an endgame with the same number of pawns for each player, and instead of just agreeing to a draw, Gukesh was pushing pawns in front of his own king in order to kind of prolong the game. And it ended up as a draw in the end anyway. But playing on, even when it was obvious to everyone that this was going to be a draw, in that situation, I think was it gave us some foresight. Is that a word?
Yeah, I think so.
Into what's happening right now.
And now we can see Gukesh has closed his eyes in a familiar style, leaning back. He's still
Wow.
thinking. Been thinking now for almost 15 minutes. He's basically down to what, like 2 minutes per move or something like that?
And now he's going to give himself some pressure towards the end here. And I guess like maybe it's a smart move from Ding to just kind of play these calm, non-committal queen moves and kind of wait until the situation they kind of have a similar situation on the board, but where the clocks have way less time, and maybe then Ding will try to strike.
And is it impossible right now to also say if this is going to be a very long game?
I think it will be a long game. But that is...
It depends on whether someone does something really dumb in the time scramble.
Of course, if we get to time scramble. But logically right now, it feels like it's going to be a pretty long battle, even if someone ends up losing a pawn.
Because, and often, right, with games where you do have the pawn races, that will be long games because it takes a lot of time to move
that
those.
would be long for sure. I would say that it depends on whether the queens are traded off. That will be an indication of whether it's a long game or not. Because if the queens never end up getting traded, then it could be an abrupt ending with the queens creating threats against the kings. Whereas if the queens get traded off, then we're going to have at least another 20 moves with both players trying to get new queens using their pawns.
So in the app now, I can see that the top engine move is to move the rook here and make some threats towards the king. Is that scary? Do you think that's what Gukesh is sitting and calculating right now?
I would expect so, because that was one of the moves I was thinking about. And then I was wondering if the queen captures the pawn in the middle of the board and Gukesh then captures this white pawn to give a check on the white king. The question then is, after pawn takes rook, queen takes, is there any way for the white king to avoid being checked by the black queen?
What about queen c2? Can we just go back
So
here?
the queen can go back to try and defend. Then I will go with my queen to give a check.
Oh, wow. And the other rook is coming in too.
And then if the queen goes back, I will return with my queen. And now if you continue going queen back and forth, then obviously it's a draw. So you need to use the rook as a defender instead. But then my queen goes in the other direction. Check on the king. And then if your rook moves back, then we have the same situation. So it's a very interesting thing here where all the white pieces can blockade my checks in against the king. But the thing is, you cannot escape. Because if you at any moment try to move the king forward, then that is going to be disastrous.
Ooh.
With the black rook getting involved, but importantly, trapping the king and the queen on the same file, allowing the black rook to capture the queen. And then earlier it was whether or not the king could escape from the checks. Now it's whether the queen will outpower the two rooks. And there's a fair chance the queen is stronger here because Gukesh would have two pawns in addition to the queen. So he can try and get a second queen.
Wow.
On this side of the board. So, but that also means to the question we've been discussing in the studio.
And we have a move.
Can the game end quickly? And the answer is yes. The game could end quickly if we had one of these sacrifices with unstoppable checks against, well, primarily the white king.
Wow, that was like a super beautiful variation. That was completely incredible. But we see Rook C8 was not played. I actually thought he was going to play Rook C8 after thinking for so long. I thought he was calculating these crazy sacrifices. But he plays Queen B5, which was the first move that you suggested, Hammer, to put the queen on a light square.
This is the Anna move, right?
Yeah.
Was this the Anna move? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take credit for that move. Okay, I'll
The
take
hammer
it.
move followed by the
Anna move.
Yeah.
Good job,
Hammer
Hammer.
move.
We're
Yeah.
doing
We call this the
I'm
Scandinavian.
happy as long as I'm first.
we're doing a good team here.
We can cheer on the Swedes as long as they're second to the Norwegians.
This is not true, Hammer. You're only getting away with this because we're in Norwegian territory right now. But
Remember, you're sitting in an IKEA chair, Jon Ludvig.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kai. I appreciate it.
This is my upbringing. I'm mocking the Swedes because I have been taught to mock
do
the
so.
Swedes.
Because you love the Swedes. That's why. You only mock the people you love.
That's so true. Yeah. We can see you love the Swedes, Jon Ludvig. All right, well,
Kaja is actually basically from Sweden.
that's true. Yeah.
Oh,
My
really?
hometown is like right on the border to Sweden. So I've grown up like traveling across the border because they have better prices. in
You're my new
Sweden.
best friend,
Yes,
Kaja.
yes. So I love Sweden. I love Sweden. It's a great country. And I also love the Swedish language. It's so nice. Oh, okay.
And he goes for Rook D4.
I mean, Anna is hitting all the moves right now.
Amazing.
I don't
Good job,
know
Anna.
to be amazed or concerned.
I am really happy about this. This is incredible. And there's no evil bar here. Or there's an evil bar, but there's no engine
Exactly.
lines or anything. This is amazing. Yeah, so Rook D4, but this move makes a lot of sense because you're hitting the pawn. You're threatening it right now, and the question is, how do you defend it as black? And now if you go for this move, Queen E2, which we were talking about before, my question is this really that dangerous? What is the queen doing? Does it look pretty, or is it actually a very useful piece?
I'm not sure the chess queen does look that pretty. I think the knights are much prettier.
I think so too.
The knights are the only ones with a face.
True. I agree with that.
But
Faces of chess. Never mind me. Keep going through the game.
yeah, so well, it is slightly dangerous though.
Is it? Can we not just play Rook D2 at any point?
Well, I guess the key thing is that if this queen infiltrates in behind the white pawns, we can no longer capture the pawn in the middle, which was our primary objective, because then the rooks would be traded and the queen would be distracted away from its defense on the side of the board. And then the black queen would manage to capture a very important white pawn compared to the vulnerable black pawn in the center of the board. And the reason I'm saying the white pawn is so important is because now there's a clear path along the edge of the board for black to try and get a new queen. So getting the queen in there is definitely a possibility. But then, as Anna says, can't you just use the rook to attack the queen And then when the queen moves, there's a possibility for Ding to make a draw. He can go back and forth with the rook just continuously attacking the queen. But even Ding at this point has got to be tempted by just moving the king one step forward, because now the king is safe and you're threatening to capture the pawn in the middle of the board. And yeah, it's not really clear how you deal with this.
I mean, do you go queen A?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Queen
I kind of
H1?
like that.
Yeah.
Because then the queen is surprisingly defending the pawn from the very edge of the board, but it's the opponent's edge of the board.
Anna is finding all the moves. My producer is asking if you can put the microphone a little bit further up, Anna, so that viewers can clearly hear all the great moves you are coming with here.
Absolutely. Oh, this feels better. I agree. I can feel that too. Yeah, he goes for queen E2. It's on the board.
So now Gukesh is saying, do you want to draw? I changed my mind.
With a smile.
Or if the rook attacks maybe the queen.
Can we go to F3? I was thinking about that too. Because now the E3 pawn would get very weak, maybe.
Yeah. So weirdly, we're now looking at a situation where
Oh, food is here.
food.
Food.
Oh, thank God. Yes, please.
Jon Ludvig has been indicating it strongly.
In addition to being a yogurt guy, you are a salad guy.
Yeah, salad. Yes, thank you.
We have some sandwiches.
Maud would also like a salad, but she's just not very good at expressing her wishes.
No.
Wishes before.
No.
she's
It's
jealous.
just that I'm used to you having to take the first pick because you're a pickier eater. And I always accept that I'm never going to have my first wish, which is fine. Don't worry about it.
So we've learned that for next time then.
Anna, do the first pick.
Yeah, somebody else.
Our studio guest.
Yeah, our guest should have had the first pick,
Yeah.
Jon Ludvig, not you.
You can have the salad.
Thank you.
And we actually, it's the delivery from Joe and the Juice. So we have Norwegians in the studio, we have a Swede in the studio, and we're supporting our Danish friends from Joe and the Juice.
But no juice, unfortunately. Only sandwiches.
That's perfect.
I don't know if you want to check what it is.
Yes, I am actually not that hungry right now. So if you guys want to pick, you can pick. Because I'm truly not that hungry.
Yeah, I would love some food.
Same.
Thank you.
Whatever is in the top of the bag. I'll do like a, yes, I'll be surprised. Thank you, Lucas.
Could you also, could I get a fork? Yes, please.
Could you get a fork?
Do you want a refill of water as well?
Yes, please.
I had some breakfast at the airport. So
Oh,
that's
that's
why I'm...
Some expensive breakfast at the airport. That's how airports work.
Well,
Well,
it was.
we are now getting to snack up while we enjoy the game, this incredible game from Singapore today. Game 6 in the World Chess Championship match. We hope you guys are enjoying. Maybe you guys are having some food and enjoying this Sunday as well, watching some amazing chess. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us while we follow the action. If you do enjoy the stream, and especially today when we have Anna in the studio, then please hit that like button. Give us a thumbs up. We would really appreciate that. All right. Well, Anna, you're the only one not eating right now. So,
I can take over for a little
Exactly,
bit. If that is what
exactly.
you're asking.
Yeah,
I can absolutely do that whilst you all enjoy your food. So we're seeing here Queen E2, and it's Ding's time to think. He's thought for 4 minutes, and he has to make a choice. He needs to calculate, of course, what happens if he takes the pawn. But that is what we were mentioning, that if he takes the pawn and they trade off the rook and the queen, then the queen is not going to be defending anymore that pawn on h2, which means that it would be up for grabs for Gukesh. And that is, like Hammer said, a crucial pawn because it's going to allow the H pawn to have a very clear path to promotion. You're doing an amazing job, Hammer, multitasking there. So the critical question becomes, will Ding go now for rook d2, threatening the queen? And if he does that, where will the queen go? He does. He does go for rook d2. This was the most ambitious move.
nice. I like to see that.
Yeah, Ding is playing ambitiously.
Or will this become a draw back and forth now?
That's what we don't know, Maud. I'm trying right now to
Keep the suspense.
keep the suspense and say that Ding is playing very ambitiously. But actually, I mean, this is... it looks like such a great position, but it's somehow this e4 pawn, it's not that easy to take yet. And this is what we were discussing. Now I am sure that Gukesh will check White's king by moving the queen one step forward. Queen e1 check. There we go. And then that will be the critical moment when Ding has to decide, does he want to take a draw, going back with the rook? Or will he instead just move up the king and clearly signalize that he wants to take this e4 pawn and ask Gukesh how he's going to defend it? So it's quite an important moment. And yeah, we were saying that there's a lot of time for the players, but yeah, it's going to start to get really exciting here. 7 moves to go, 16 minutes. It's now, like we were saying, almost just 2 minutes per move. Soon we're going to be seeing a time scramble.
Exactly. And will that affect Gukesh's choice right now? Like, because I understand he's been pushing a little bit for a win in this game. But is he looking at the clock right now, you think, and be like, okay.
Well, I think now the only person that can decide if it's going to be a draw, if it's going to be a push for the win is Ding. Ding can decide that he wants to push for the win, or he can decide that he wants to take the draw, but maybe actually Gukesh's clock will make Ding say, okay, Gukesh is under pressure right now. I'm seeing it both on the board and on the time situation. So I got this. I can continue the game. We don't have to take a draw here. Let's punish Gukesh for not wanting to take the draw before. And I actually think that if this game ends up being a win for Ding, it's going to be really difficult to kind of come back from this.
Yeah.
I try to push for the win, and it failed. It does something to you psychologically.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've seen Gukesh being really strong psychologically this match, so maybe it won't affect him. But there is something to it when you really try to go for something and then you fail with that. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really big game. If Ding is able to take this home, I think this could set up a lot of momentum for Ding in this match.
Yeah. I talked to you in Budapest about 2 months ago, right after the Olympiad. And I asked you who you thought was the favorite. And I remember you sort of said that it would be cool to see Ding, but no doubt Gukesh is the favorite, basically. And how surprised would you be? So we already saw Ding in game 1 take the win, surprise everyone. If he's able to do it again, to take the win and take the lead in this match after 6 games.
I don't think it's that surprising because, I mean, Ding is obviously an exceptional chess player. And when he is at his peak, I mean, he is just like super exceptional. So he obviously has the potential of being that exceptional player. And I think the reason why so many people were saying, oh, Gukesh is going to be the favorite is because he's the one that's had the best results lately. But that doesn't mean that Ding is not at the capacity of being able to play this extremely amazing chess, right? And I think that we're seeing in this match that he's kind of coming up to that level that he's played at before. And so it's not surprising at all that he's playing very well. So no, it's I'm not surprised at all, actually. And I think maybe it's being surprising for a lot of people. I'm wondering also if that is why Gukesh is trying to go for wins in these sort of situations. It's very interesting. But yeah, no, I'm not surprised that Ding is doing so well, and I think it's going to be a close match the whole way.
Yeah. We really have, as spectators, gotten ourselves a really cool World Championship match. And I'm just looking at the clocks right now. Like, to make 8 moves, it doesn't sort of look that dramatic. He has now right under 13 minutes. But when you think about it, he now only has about like 1.5 minutes for each move. And I understand by your commentating that it's difficult now to find the moves. How dramatic is it now becoming for Gukesh on that clock?
It's becoming very dramatic. Things can turn around, and if there's going to be a mistake being made, it's probably going to be in these next 7-8 moves. 12 minutes is not a long time at all. They're not getting any increment at this moment in time. And I'm sure that Gukesh is feeling the pressure now. So this is a very, very important moment. He's making the decision, should he check or should he move somewhere else with the queen? Should he maybe retreat and continue this attack on the king?
And I see now that Jon Ludvig has successfully eaten his entire salad. I was very worried when you were saying, like, okay, they only have 2 minutes per move now. I was like, oh, I'm getting stressed that Jon Ludvig's not going to be here, that he's going to be distracted with eating in these important moments. So
I was hoping I was going to be able to take a piece of chocolate without anyone noticing that
Do you want chocolate, Anna?
the proper.
We have chocolate here.
Oh, you do? Okay, this actually looks...
Actually, this chocolate is now illustrating how hot it is in the studio. Oh,
yeah, we can't hear what you're saying maybe that well, but Ludvig is saying he thinks it's a bit hot in here and the chocolate is melting and
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff going on right now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Oh, and we have a move.
Okay.
Wow! Queen
It's
of
a wow
three.
move. Nice.
Queen of 3, you were saying this, Hammer?
You both have chocolate in your mouth right now.
Gukesh again going for the trade of queens, trying to word it. Oh, not really. No, not again. Oh my gosh, like I've been seeing these queen trades this whole time. So I've just been like, I'm ready to write again. I need to vary my language. How am I going to say that the queens are about to be traded? But now it's Gukesh. Okay, Gukesh for the first time offers a trade of queens.
And then I suppose Ding will go for it because he's been asking the question so many times. Here you have silent chess commentating, you guys.
By Hammer's signs
Yeah.
with his hands, he's saying that the queen has different options. He could trade it, but the queen can also go to a different side of the board and he can decide to do something else. Is that correct?
well, it was more so that if there's a trade of queens now, then that would open up for the black rook to attack through the center of the board. So it's a very different queen trade situation to the ones we've been accustomed to. And if the white rook protects its own pawn and then tries to go attack the black pawn afterwards, then Gukesh can go with his pawn in front of his king and really be aggressive with these pawns to have the pawns protect each other. And now here Gukesh would have a massive lead in the race because the white pawn's trying to become a new queen. They haven't even started running.
No. No, this is a much better scenario than before because we were saying that the advantage that white had was that they had this passed C pawn, pass protected C pawn that couldn't be stopped by any pawn. But now Gukesh would have this passed F pawn that is much closer to promoting, that is protected, and also have very active rooks. All of a sudden, the rook on E8 that's looked kind of stupid up until now is going to be very strong. So it doesn't make sense here for Ding to trade. But then
And that's why Gukesh has gone for the trade, right?
Yeah.
Because Gukesh says, well, I've been avoiding the queen trade throughout the game, so it's quite shocking that I'm now allowing, even inviting the queen trade to happen. But if you do go for the trade, it's going to be under favorable circumstances for me.
Okay, I have a move suggestion. What about here, rook f2, to capture back with the rook?
So if the rook attacks the queen and also defends their own queen, then I think Gukesh is going to allow that trade to happen. And then as the rook recaptures, now Gukesh would be justified in how he positioned his rooks. And now Anna's move from earlier is coming into play because now pawn pushes 2 steps forward. Without the queens remaining on the board, black doesn't have to be scared about the possible weaknesses in towards their own king. And not only are you pushing your pawns forward, the white rook has been become poorly positioned as a result of this trade. Because now on the next move, Gukesh can continue advancing his pawns forward while simultaneously attacking the white rook, thereby winning some time, winning a free move in pushing forward.
Yeah. No, this doesn't look nice at all. Now all of black's pawns are just rolling. So where does Ding go with the queen then? Maybe he goes back to G3?
And, well, maybe, yeah. he could.
But then all of a sudden,
also, the fact that Gukesh did not go for the queen up and rook back and forth situation is Gukesh still playing for the win?
yeah, that's a question.
I think he might. Because now if the queen trade happens, then we've seen that he gets to advance his pawns quite quickly compared to white's pawns. So I'm not sure this queen trade is a acceptance of okay, I couldn't get my attack working, because previously Gukesh had the opportunity to go for a draw because he wanted to move his queen away from trading with the white queen. And so the logical conclusion could then be that, okay, he tried to keep the queens on the board, which means that's his only way of winning the game. But now he reverts to accepting a trade between the queens, but even so, that doesn't necessarily mean there's an end to his ambition, because in the current situation, the way the queens get traded can be in a favorable way that allows the black pawns to push faster forward than was the case 20 moves ago.
I'm wondering though if maybe the reason he's going for this is because he didn't even want to test to see if Ding would go for the draw. He was scared of king c2 and then of simply the situation of the pawn on e4 being so weak. And we were talking about the queen maybe being able to go to h1, but maybe he just thought that this is stronger to do immediately.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily only about, well, it's about that as well, about trading the queens, but it's also about the queen protecting the pawn.
Yeah, I think it's a double move. He knows that the trade here is much more favorable than before, and at the same time he's defending the pawn and now asking Ding, where are you going to move the queen? Especially with the time situation we have right now, there's only 18 minutes left for Ding. Still has to play 7 moves. So now it's going to start to get into time trouble for both. And Gukesh with only 11 minutes left.
Both really leaning over the board in our app, because now they have to be sitting there at all times. And I would get pretty stressed if I was Gukesh and only had 10 minutes left here and know that you're not going to get any of these extra 30 seconds. And especially for Ding, who's also already lost on time. So he must be a little bit worried about this already. So now spending almost 8 minutes on this move.
But based on the analysis we've done, we're now reasonably optimistic on Gukesh's behalf. It is fair to point out that according to the eval bar, the position remains better for Ding. So a question for you, Maud. What are the chess engines recommending to believe that Ding is still on the better side of this?
So when you turn on the engine move in the app, it says that the best move is to move the queen to g5. So move it forward and out of the trade situation.
All this time in the game, Ding has been trying to get a queen trade and Gukesh has been avoiding it. And now when Gukesh goes for the queen trade, now Ding is going to avoid it?
It's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very ironic. Queen g5, that would be quite the funny thing. Just now completely avoiding it. But it makes sense because you're still defending the pawn on e3. And you cannot really get rid of that queen on g5 so easily because you don't want to move any of the pawns in front of the king, as that would weaken the king quite a lot. So it makes sense to place the queen on that square. And then Black is going to still have this issue of what is Black's plan right now. Where does the queen go? Is the queen going to stay on f3? Where are the rooks going? What else is it going to play? I mean, it's maybe a situation where you could start thinking about playing the e-rook as the queen on f3 is defending now the pawn. But Black's pieces are still going to be looking pretty funny.
I would be tempted to just move my king
Oh,
up.
king g7? Yeah.
Because then I can
go
use
h6.
the pawn on the side to attack the queen.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
I think this makes perfect sense. I mean, the queen somehow needs to keep protecting this pawn. And how are you really going to accomplish that? Are you going to go all the way back here?
Or to G3 if still a queen of queen trade.
Yeah,
is
we can't
favorable.
really tell who's trying to avoid the queen trade at this point.
Exactly, that's the problem. So otherwise, the only other option is G1, which maybe is not that crazy because, well, it kind of makes the queen on F3 pretty stuck.
Yeah.
And at some point, if the queen moves, you can even maybe play queen G2 and attack the pawn on E4 in that way. It's just this kind of funny chasing that E4 pawn with the queen and the rook, as black can never really play F5 because it would weaken the king too much.
Yeah.
So
And black now wants to make the trade between the queens because after a queen trade, they would be able to push their pawn forward and reinforce the whole pawn formation. But they don't want to do that when the queens are still on the board because then it opens up too much area around the king.
Oh, Ding is spending a lot of time now. He's almost used up half the time he has left. And he still has 6 moves to go. And we know that, like, in the final seconds, he kind of just forgets his clock, it seems. So I'm getting a little bit nervous for him, even though he has more time than Gukesh right now.
Yeah, this is going to become a scramble. I didn't think it was going to be before because the moves seem relatively natural. But actually, the moves can become very complicated, these next 5-6 moves, because it's not clear exactly what both should be doing right now.
And also, the thing about endgames is that the requirement for calculation becomes a lot higher.
Yeah.
So, for instance, in a middle game situation, after like 15 moves of the game, there are so many possibilities available that you don't necessarily calculate more than 3-4 moves ahead. But in an endgame, because there are so few pieces remaining, you have to play a lot more accurately and you think a lot deeper about what you do. And Ding moves his king 1 step forward. So Ding says...
Allowing the trade.
Yeah, Ding says, I don't want to make the trade with your queen because if I do so, the black pawn that was standing in the way, that was a weakness, that was blocking the rook, is now moving out of the way, allowing the rook to attack through the center of the board. And instead, Ding is saying, okay, but on the other hand, I will allow you to capture my queen because then I get a pawn that stands in the path of your guy, Anna's f-pawn. And it becomes difficult for this pawn to advance further on because the white pawn is standing in its path.
So my initial reaction was that this was really shocking because all of a sudden you have this protected passed e-pawn. All of a sudden the rook is quite useful. The f-pawn comes alive. Everything feels like in black's position it comes alive. I do see, though, the fact that it's going to be hard for black to really advance any of their pawns. And if white has the opportunity of creating the C and B pawns and get some passed pawns over there, it's going to be slightly favorable. But my initial reaction was that this was pretty shocking. What do you think?
I thought this was sensible from Ding.
Okay.
I think he has a very risk-free advantage in what's coming up. And Gukesh, I think Gukesh to some extent was expecting this move because he responded pretty quickly. And Gukesh does go for the trade between the queens. And then he does go with his pawn 2 steps forward. And he's now got a very nice pawn chain with the pawns defending each other up the board. And this now is more complicated than it has been in some time.
Yeah.
Because even though the kings were on opposite sides of the board and the queens were on the board, the queen alone was unable to create an attack on the opposing king. Whereas now we're looking at an endgame that has to be calculated many, many moves ahead. And in particular, I'm intrigued by this move, pawn to g5. Where Gukesh, if it was his move, he could try and sacrifice a pawn. And if that pawn is captured, then he clears the path for his 2 pawns to push forward. Both of the pawns are inside the opponent's half. Both the pawns are being protected by rooks standing behind them. And here, even though Gukesh is down a pawn, I think he's winning the game.
Yeah, those pawns are terrifying. It's the dream position to have 2 passed pawns next to each other with 2 rooks standing behind them. As a chess player, you don't get anything better. Think this would just be winning for black.
Oh, and Ding is trying to stop that exact move.
Look at that, H4. He's stopping your plan, Hammer.
But was it a good way of stopping the plan? I mean, the evaluation changed. It was better for Ding, and now it's just balanced.
Well, it says balance, but it's actually more black than white. So this really showcases how this endgame is more complicated than the queen still being on the board to try and attack. Because now every move is so much more scary. Like because both players have pawns that are trying to become new queens on opposite sides of the board. And I'm really interested in what Gukesh is going to do now, because I thought this seemed like a very obvious move for Ding.
So you wouldn't call it a mistake?
No, well, from a human perspective, it was definitely the obvious move because it prevented Gukesh's plan.
Yeah.
But it prevented Gukesh's plan maybe temporarily. And the thing I'm wondering about now is whether can Gukesh move his king 1 step up and then continue moving up into an attacking position, going after both of these white pawns, but also trying to support the advance of the most advanced pawn on the board. So keep in mind, Gukesh is the one with a pawn closer to becoming a new queen. And imagine if Gukesh wins this game after he plays on when the chess engines didn't like his position.
Yeah. Well, right now, Anna, Jon Ludvig, Maud, what will be the result?
Oh, man. I mean, I'm still going to go for a draw.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. I'm not confident at all.
All 3 results are very possible.
Yeah.
Wow.
The white pawns are lagging behind, but they have enormous potential once they start rushing down the board, but also enormous potential with the king infiltrating up along the edge of the board.
This is actually the opposite of hammer time. It's a situation where anything could happen. We have no idea what's going to happen.
And if we also look at the clock time, 7.5 minutes left for Gukesh to make 5 moves. Is this one of those positions where it's very difficult to find those 5 moves?
Because you have to try and calculate like 10 moves ahead.
Whoa.
And you can't do that with 7 minutes.
All right, it's drama in Game 6 in the World Chess Championship match. Gukesh is now thinking they are getting closer to the 41 moves, where they will get an additional 30 minutes and 30 seconds after each move. What is happening here?
Should we notify people? Is this something to notify people about?
Yes.
I don't want to be spamming people, but this is like a really interesting game.
Spam people.
Yes.
It's worth it. For this game, it's worth it.
They need to know.
What should we tell people then?
Gukesh's decision to avoid the draw has been vindicated, and it's now...
This
is way too long.
That's way too long push.
This is not the title.
You've been doing some very long sentences as well. If we're doing a title, I would just say the time scramble.
Time scramble incoming, and then Gukesh's decision to avoid the draw.
More like... time scramble, and players are pushing to get a new queen on opposite sides of the board.
A race to get
a new queen. Something with race and new queens and
any result can happen.
Pawns.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, take a look at your phones, you guys, and a push notification from take.
Don't
okay,
do
that's
that.
true. But I mean, let people know they need to get the take app to be notified when they really need to get a look at the game.
I have a feeling that Jon Ludvig would criticize my amount of exclamation marks, but I used one in every single sentence.
Did you use more than
I used
one?
3.
Good. I love it. The more exclamation marks, the better. You got to make the people feel what's happening right now.
They're a different generation.
And you're looking at me like,
Well, I
we're
mean,
old?
Sometimes Jon Ludvig looks over at my screen and I have written like an exclamation mark and I'll go back and change it into a period. Because
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna be like, I didn't yell it, I didn't say it in that way. I wasn't that enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I calmly stated that this was an advantage for someone. Yeah.
What emoji would this...
Yes, we haven't used any emojis this game. Is there any piece?
I feel like the fire emoji.
Yeah,
Where-
either fire or the like shocked move, like the
Ooh, yeah.
like that one.
Okay, but we have to put the emoji on one of the pieces. So which piece would have this?
I mean, I would put the sunglasses on the most forward black pawn.
Nice. I like it.
All right.
That one's just chilling there, being protected, just carrying the position. Kind.
Okay, never mind.
Oh no, I already put it
Whoa.
on.
That's a terrible.
Well, I put the sunglasses on him.
What is Gukesh doing?
Shades off.
Take them off. Take the shades off.
Oh no! Oh no!
What is
I'm
this
not
move?
sure I can
The
remove
protected
him.
pawn.
That is sensational. That pawn was so well protected. It was the head of the spear for Gukesh, and now Gukesh is choosing to advance it into the danger zone, into the area of the board which is completely dominated by the white pieces. And now that pawn could very well be lost in a short amount of time. Okay, so I guess he's doing this plan of getting the king up on the side of the board, but Gukesh wants Ding's pieces to be distracted by the pawn in the middle before he does that plan.
That's a huge decision.
Imagine making such a committal move with only 5 minutes remaining. This is sensational. Okay, so the rook goes in front of the pawn, preventing the pawn from pushing further forward. Now, rook one step forward. This has 2 points. Number one, you're controlling along the 7th rank, which will protect your king from being checked when it moves up along the edge. And number two, if Ding now moves his king in to attack the pawn, then Gukesh is able to keep that pawn defended. So now I'm expecting Ding to start rushing the pawns.
Yeah. He
The
needs to create
race
some
is
chaos.
on.
And now the notification was posted, so that's actually good timing. I wrote now was a race to get a new.
I got
queen.
it. A race to get a new queens. Either player could win. Is that still the situation after
Yeah,
that?
I think
big
so.
move?
Oh, thankfully.
For a moment there,
Yeah.
it said that Ding was better in the game, and
Yeah.
now it's balanced. But the only thing that has happened in the meantime is Ding playing the most obvious move by far. So I'm very. This is such a complicated situation that the chess engines may not necessarily immediately understand the ramifications, because we are thinking like 20 moves ahead in order to get the objective value of this situation. I'm expecting Ding to start pushing his pawns forward. I'm expecting Gukesh to move his king up. And now I'm tempted to just make a lot of moves on the analysis board, because that's the best way of figuring out what's going on. This pawn is going to rush forward. This king is going to move up. The white king will attack the pawn in the middle, but the rooks will keep that defended. Then Ding will continue rushing with his pawns on the side of the board. The black pawns are stuck.
And we have moves on the board.
Yeah, so
King
so
went for the king first.
He moved the king in towards the pawn first, trying to capture the black pawn, and then the rook had to defend. That's fair enough. That was part of what was gonna happen in the near future, regardless. And now Ding just has to rush forward.
Yeah.
And Ding's pawns are moving much, much quicker than Gukesh's, because Gukesh's pawns are being blocked by the white pawns. So Gukesh first needs to move his king up along the side of the board to capture this white pawn, and then he can start rushing as well.
Exactly. The pawns cannot move right now. But then the B pawn pushes. But then the question is, how fast are we? I mean, can you really continue? Yeah, you just go with the other pawn. There we go. There we have the whole thing. Has he calculated all of this?
There's no way he could calculate all of this, but maybe he used his instincts to say that I will get my king forward, and somehow my pawns are going to be more get forward faster than the white pawns.
This is incredibly impressive.
I mean,
But the
those three pawns
variation, it made sense. It made internal sense, all of the moves we put on the board.
Yeah.
And interestingly here, if Ding just continues forward, trying to sacrifice his rook in order to blockade the pawn pushing forward, then the pawn would just choose not to capture the rook and become a new queen instead.
Yeah, you cannot stop it. The king is blocking the other rook from coming back and defending. This is crazy.
But you guys, the bar has gone back to balanced.
No, but no. I think Gukesh is close to winning.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, this is
Is it hammer time?
no. Are you crazy? No.
I'm just trying to get the hammer time.
No, but you're doing some arrows for Ding's pawns rushing
I know.
forward. But let's get some arrows for that black king as well.
The king is
Okay.
so fast.
Yeah.
It's so fast. And the thing is that it's the F pawn that becomes so fast. Now everything made sense. Everything that Gukesh played made sense with the rook behind the pawn, F5. Everything is now perfect in a way.
Wow.
And the pawn on h4 is just such a big weakness now. It'd be better if the pawn wasn't on h4.
But if it wasn't there, then maybe the advance
Yeah,
would
that
have
would
come
be g5.
earlier.
Yeah.
What a game. What a game.
what do you
Game
think
6.
of these arrows, Jon Ludvig?
I would do them in green because they're kind of.
I wanted to have like their opposite plans. You know? I was
yeah,
trying
okay.
to kind of highlight how that's
no,
one
that
plan,
makes sense.
that's another.
I mean, if he
and it's a
wins
race.
this game, it's going to be one of the most
but-
extraordinary.
What is Ding doing?
Okay, so Ding is preventing that his pawn is captured on the side of the board. This is brilliant.
It's brilliant.
It's
It's a great move.
I think it's a
Oh,
great
let's.
move.
Okay.
Ding
Well, this is
sabotaging-
my first impression, but I will say this completely prevents Gukesh's plan, which I think is one of the key elements, right? Because Gukesh was planning to move his king up along the side of the board, but now that Ding goes for the trade between the pawns on that side, and then he continues rushing on the opposite flank. Now, anytime Gukesh tries to move his king forward, the rook is just going to chase the king back, and you cannot make progress.
But you're assuming that Gukesh won't capture the pawn that Ding just sacrificed because he just did. Look,
No, there's no way he's taking.
he did.
Took it. He took the pawn. Wow. So now there's so many different pawn islands, but the biggest thing is that the king cannot really enter the way that we wanted it to. Hammer's in shock.
Yeah, he's in shock. The bar
so
is still in the middle.
Now Gukesh is threatening to win the game. If it was Gukesh's turn here, I think he would win by just rushing the pawn on the side of the board. And even though the pawn will be captured by the white rook, anytime white moves this rook away, that allows the pawn in the center to move up and become a new queen. So Gukesh is threatening to get a new queen simply by pushing forward. But what is he going to do against the rook attacking the pawn on f5, which Ding has done?
And he moves up after that as well. Gukesh only with 3 minutes right now, but they now are going to be reaching. Has he played his 40th move yet?
Yeah, Ding just played his 40th move.
Yep.
But Gukesh still has.
Yeah, Gukesh has only 3.5 minutes to figure out what he's going to do in this situation.
Gukesh has played incredibly committal moves while being low on time, which is very brave, I think.
But he almost had to, in that position, it feels like, to get a position like this.
Would you say he's played with a lot of heart here, Jon Ludvig? And now he's marching his pawn even further up the board.
Okay, so Gukesh has made his move number 40. He has received 30 extra minutes. Both players are not out of the incredible time pressure they were in.
And he had more time to spend, but he didn't spend it.
Did he just check if they actually made 40 moves? I think they did. He was looking at the score sheet as well.
He was checking, but they now definitely have reached move 41. They have 30 extra minutes on the clock. They also, from now on, receive 30 extra seconds after every single move they make. Do you think now they're going to... Exactly. Gukesh leaves. We can see that from the footage here in the studio, that both players have now left the board. There is 0 grandmasters sitting by the chessboard in Singapore right now.
It looks a bit funny with the two chairs.
Yeah, and actually turned away from each other with the backs against each other. We can see that here.
But I
on
don't
the
understand
screens.
what's going on.
And let's dig into that. Well, we probably have some time now to dig into the position. It's very common, right, when they get the extra time, that they take a little bit of time to chill and calm down, maybe, in this.
Well,
to the bathroom.
that's not
Yeah.
happening here because Ding only has one move that doesn't lose instantly.
Really, is this a one-move situation? And
I
Ding
think
is coming
so.
back. And what is that move?
Well, he has to capture the black pawn that he aimed at with his rook. Because if he doesn't do that, if Gukesh gets one more move with his pawn on the side of the board, there's nothing that can prevent this pawn
No.
from just continuing forward.
He needs to be able to put the rook
So
behind
Ding
it.
has to capture this pawn and, like Anna said, get the rook behind the pawn so that this rook's responsibility is to stop this pawn, and then this rook will stop the other one.
But I must say, in a position like that, if you're not able to save the H pawn, isn't now the E pawn so much weaker? Isn't there a lot of more ways of winning that pawn now?
Yeah, and that's why I'm not understanding why the chess engines are evaluating the current situation as balanced, because to me it looks like this pawn is in trouble, this pawn is in trouble. Ding has successfully stopped the advances of Gukesh's pawns, and Gukesh needs to find some way. In Norway, we call this the emergency break, because that's something Magnus would say. I had to hit the emergency brakes and kill the game and try to get it into a draw.
Oh, it's like you're stopping the car with all your force.
Yeah.
But you're stopping the game with all your force.
Yeah. So that's what he needs to do now?
Well, I mean, I assume he has a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't.
He played so
He
fast.
would have still been sitting there and thinking about what to do. So Gukesh has a plan here. It's just not clear to me what it is. How fancy can we be?
Ooh,
Very fancy.
yes, let's be fancy.
Okay, so what I'm thinking about now is, what if Gukesh uses his rook to give a check on the king, and then when the king moves back, the rook can move forward to give a check on the king again, but also threaten the rook that's blocking our pawn from advancing. And then that rook is captured, and now instead of capturing the rook, after which black would just lose a pawn for no good reason, you can try to push the pawn one step forward. And you're threatening to get a new queen. So in order to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen, white will capture the pawn.
Or
But now the difference is that the rook comes in and gets a check on the king. So black would still lose a pawn here, but you would have a check on the king. That's not too impressive, though, is it?
well, I just wanted to say, can we not just go rook g5 check and then just bring the rook to g1 and then not allow that other rook to get activated?
Yeah, so you're just saying my plan was bad in a number of
You
Yeah,
seem
no,
broken,
I'll
Ludvig.
buy that. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Okay, so I still don't understand how this is okay for Gukesh.
I have an idea. I don't know if this works, but I'm very excited about it. What if we go your first move, which is rook d7 check? We get the king as far away as possible. And then we go for the move rook f7. Because we want to win the f4 pawn. Oh, wait, do we just trade here?
I don't think we can trade. This might be brilliant.
Really?
Good job, Anna. Good job.
I'm trying to take notes of all the different variations that you're writing, and I love that I had written down all of the stuff that Jon Ludvig was showing, and then he was like, "Yeah, my plan is terrible," and I just goodbye, delete everything. But is this more promising? This
Well,
looks better.
What about this move then? if I move my rook away, give a check on the king has to stay close to this rook. And then Ding would be happy if he managed to get his king in front of the black pawn. It's still a very tricky endgame because Ding
bet.
still has the 3 versus 1 on one side of the board. So Gukesh needs to come up with something brilliant because in the long term, the 3 versus 1 is just devastating.
Yeah.
They have now been by the board for 4 hours. We had a question in chat. Isn't Gukesh's pawn structure very ugly?
Yeah, and that's why we're saying he has to strike fast. Because Gukesh's pawns are very vulnerable to being captured. They're not working together. They're not helping each other out.
So I'm confused. What do you think is the result in this game right now?
We've been going back and forth.
Yeah.
So much. I'll let you say it first, Hammer. Or we can say it at the same time.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
I'll
just
count you guys
watching the
down.
chess engine, right? And the chess engine is saying balanced. But
Yeah.
I'm very surprised by Gukesh's decision to capture the pawn on the side of the board. That was very strange to me.
Was it a controversial move?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Maybe we can put it this way, Hammer. If you and I were playing with black, we would probably lose this game.
He's not
Against
willing
one
to...
another, or
No. I mean, again,
no? I mean, the chess engines are saying it's balanced.
yeah, but what I'm
I'm a
saying is,
grandmaster. I'm not supposed to lose balanced positions.
I know, Hammer, you're a very strong grandmaster. But what I'm saying here is that I feel like this balanced is if you find the most brilliant, unique lines that I think Gukesh might find. But I think in many games, I mean, especially at my level, but maybe
You're
even-
essentially saying you don't think I would find them.
Well, you're not finding them now, are you?
Very good point. How's it going with your
Okay,
confidence?
I'm gonna stop doing commentary. now.
No.
Start calculating.
Hammer, I'm just coming in here and trolling you a little bit.
No,
want
I
to.
have to calculate now.
I'm starting the hammer machine.
Yeah. And now you can actually see it on him. He is actually calculating deeply. Now, just as Gukesh has his head in his hands by the board in Singapore. He is looking for move number 41. I think he might be closing his eyes at this point. And how is he feeling sitting by the board now, Anna? Is he excited? Is he relieved? Is he nervous? If you were sitting there.
Well, I think he's just realized that he's in a very crucial moment where, like, either he's going to lose long term because the pawn structure is so bad, like people are saying, or he has to find a way of saving this, but that's going to require a lot of very precise calculation. And we can see with the eval bar that there are ways of saving this, but it's going to require a little bit more of precision. So I think that right now he's just thinking, okay, I'm in a very kind of conclusive moment where there's not that many options and I need to find them. So I think more than anything, he's just focused, but I think he knows that he can save this.
I think I would have chances to make a draw, but I also think the way to do it might be to use the Cramling plan.
Of course.
So I don't know. That's maybe partial credit to both of us. I actually still really like this idea Anna had of using the check on the king to force the king back and then just completely revert plans. Because essentially what's happening right now is that the white rook is planning to go over here and capture the black pawn. And we need to figure out some way of preventing that from happening. And Anna's plan is one of the most convincing ones in that regard, because when the rook now moves over, we have the ability to capture one of the white pawns.
And this would be a very different situation now, I would suppose.
I'm not even sure it is, because now this pawn would be in trouble. but then we can defend it. No, this is okay, probably. But there are some quirks to iron out, such as what if the rook goes here, gives a check on the king, and if the king moves, the rook moves back, and now it's still attacking the pawn that we were trying to defend, but also defending the pawn that we were trying to attack.
Yeah, that is a very fair point. Can we go here rook e4?
I mean, you can.
But we're gonna lose some pawns.
Something is getting captured.
We're gonna lose
Maybe
some
both.
pawns. Yeah, I think we're losing both.
Interesting watching Gukesh there in Singapore right now. He was looking up and to the side. It looked like he was always trying to remember something. Oh, and we have a move, yeah.
He plays the check that Anna suggested. So that's good, because then I've already prepared the comment. So good job by Anna. Jon Ludvig?
Kicking the king away from the black pawn in the middle.
But this move makes sense no matter what his next move is going to be. You don't want to have the king that close to the middle. So the question now becomes what he's going to do after.
One thing I've been thinking about is whether he wants to go with the rook to the one square further.
G7. Yeah, that also makes sense because that prevents all these kind of rook G4 ideas.
So now, if the rook tries to attack the pawn on the edge of the board, then the black rook would be able to come forward, and now the rook is the one both defending their own pawn and attacking the opponent's.
Yeah, that looks very convincing actually as well. Maybe even more because it stops this idea of rook check and rook G4.
And there is a potential for a quick draw here.
Yeah, that's what I was...
If the rook moves over, then maybe the king could come forward. And they could have a rook check, king back, rook over. But now that I'm thinking more about it, if the king moves, maybe Gukesh can even try to defend his pawn in the middle from a more active positioning.
Because he also has white. You have to be slightly careful of that H pawn. It's only 4 or 3 steps away from promoting.
And for instance, now, if you try to go for a trade between the rooks, which would prevent one of the defenders of the pawn here, then this could potentially be catastrophic for white because you're struggling to stop both the black pawns at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And you're even... Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that you're even threatening to push the black pawn, but you're not because you just capture it here.
Yeah, but you are threatening just getting the king up.
Yeah.
Probably this is a winning position for black.
Ooh.
So there's danger for both sides at the moment.
And this is a really important moment for Gukesh. So it's natural that he's thinking for so long. He started with the check, which made a lot of sense, but now he needs to decide, is he going to go rook G7? Is he going to go rook F7? But I feel like he has to do something like that, right? What else could he do? Because the threat is very clear. It's to go rook H5.
Yeah, but even this rook over move that we've been discussing now,
Yeah.
how does this actually address the rook moving over to attack the pawn? Because we said then black can move their rook up to defend the pawn, but also attack one of the opposing pawns. But now since this rook is stuck over here doing stuff here, now there's no more checks against the white king. So the white king can return to try and take out the pawn in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's true. That is very, very, very true.
And black doesn't have any way of defending both the pawns at the same time.
And if you lose one of these pawns, then all of a sudden the pieces are free to do anything.
Well, if one of the pawns drop off, then the other pawn is going to be in massive trouble because the only thing that was protecting... The pawns are kind of protecting each other in that the opponent cannot capture one of the pawns without letting the other one run free.
It's like a balance.
So if one of the pawns are lost, then the other one is very likely to be in trouble as well.
I mean, it's crazy that this game has turned out to be so exciting. Like, no matter what, this endgame has become extremely exciting, and we are seeing ways for both to win if things turn around in certain ways.
And even though Gukesh now has gotten that extra time, I mean, they made it to move 40, he only has 20 minutes and the 30 seconds he gets per move, but that's not that much time. I
Yeah.
mean, this is the kind of situation where you can make a mistake because you just didn't calculate enough, but you don't have time to calculate everything.
Remember that legendary Carlsen versus Nepomniachtchi Game 6?
Of course, game 6.
8 hours.
That lasted 8
They have a
hours.
less time in this year's championship than they did back in 2021.
What was the time control then?
I think maybe you got an hour or something.
Yeah, I think you got an extra hour after 40 moves.
Instead of half an hour. Okay, yeah.
Maybe
I remember-
you even got extra time after 60 moves as well.
It was the whole thing, yeah.
It may have been an extra hour after 40 and an extra 15 minutes after 60. It wasn't like it was a really marathon game. And this one cannot be even close to as long. With Gukesh already feeling the pressure on the clock to get this decision right. Because he's been sitting there with, an hour and a half for most of the game so far. And now he gets that extra half hour. This is the first time in this match that we have had play beyond move 40.
Yeah, that's true.
And Gukesh is now feeling that, okay, I got extra time, but I would like more.
And isn't it true, and what's been discussed and what Magnus has said, that Gukesh's weakest point in his chess play is his intuition and, playing faster chess. He's not as good in rapid and blitz. So when we reach this little time left, do you think in that sense Ding is becoming a favorite in this game?
Well, it's also then worth noting that endgames are basically only calculation.
Aha, so that's
Endgames are
Good for
very
Gukesh.
calculation based, but he's doing it with little time. So he there's pros and there's cons. In general, a lot of the best endgame players have been attacking players because they're so good with their calculation, which kind of also has an effect into the endgame. In the endgame, you have to see very often like 10 moves ahead.
Yeah. And it's because all the pieces have so many different options constantly. The less pieces you have, the more option each piece has, which makes it a lot harder to calculate because you have to see so many things. And a lot of things will also a lot of times become a lot more conclusive. He plays King G7.
That wasn't the top move by the computer, I can tell you
Okay,
that.
great move by Gukesh.
It's a great
in that
move?
Case. Well, if it was the top move and it's giving away a pawn,
Do you want to hit
no
it, or
apparent
should I?
reason,
I'm going to hit it.
Ah, nice.
Wow.
but I'm really surprised by this because now when the rook moves over, there's. Am I blind here? Like, there's no way to defend that pawn.
No, I agree with you, Hammer. That's why I'm saying that I think we would both lose this endgame. It's Rook H5. What is happening here? How do you...
And all of those...
He has to go rook here. There's no other choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so Gukesh is allowing his pawn to be captured on the side of the board, but while Ding is distracted with this thing, then Gukesh is gonna turn his focus towards the white king.
Ooh.
Gukesh is attacking the king despite the queens having been traded off for ages.
But Ding instead sends his rook to give a check to the king, and the king moves back in the corner. So did we make any progress at all?
Oh, no, wait, the other rook. Okay, now they're making a draw.
Really?
The rook gives a check on the king steps back, but that was the blockading rook. That rook could not move.
No, it has
You
to stay
cannot
there.
move that rook. It's standing in the way of the black pawn.
Yeah. And now the idea is that if the e-rook, if he would play rook d8 to try to activate the rook, like Hammer was saying, the pawn on e3 would be hanging.
But it was earlier as well.
Yeah, it was.
No, don't end this game now.
Oh, they're gonna.
Don't end it before we understand why you cannot just go and capture a pawn. Ding.
Well, then you're under time pressure. They try to
We
figure that
are
out.
under time pressure. So
Okay,
what is
so if
happening?
the rook attacks the pawn,
Yeah.
I was saying rook over here, allowing the pawn in the middle to be captured, but then I'm going to start an attack against the white king.
But can't we just go king?
King back, rook over, and then the other rook.
Yeah.
I don't believe in this myself. I don't know what I'm talking about. I gave away a pawn in the middle of the board for no apparent reason. I am not understanding.
But okay, so let's say wait. So this is the position. So this rook here,
King back. Like
king
you
b1.
said.
Yeah, like we said. Now if rook b8 would just go b4 or something, right?
Yeah, but then maybe I can do a checkmate. So if rook here attacks the pawn steps forward.
You want to go back and check maybe?
Maybe here?
But we can always just place a rook.
Like, if I can just get my rook up here, there's no way you're winning that because your king is so exposed.
Yeah, that's true. And this pawn is really close as well.
Somehow that pawn didn't end up getting captured.
Puzzled.
Yeah, I don't understand. But why is Ding just instantly going back and forth?
No, but he's not. I mean, he's thinking now.
Yeah, so he started.
He
with
did it
check.
one time just to get the 30 seconds. I think that's fair. You
But then Gukesh gets an extra 30 seconds as well, and Gukesh was the one who's lower on time.
But maybe Ding wanted to see, like, is that your plan? Did you just want to go back and forth? And now he's considering, like, oh my
Well,
gosh, am I winning?
If he didn't go back, then he was gonna. I mean, then he
No,
was getting
he went back.
checkmated.
Ding
He
checked
went back.
again.
Okay.
He checked on G2. Is that the third time we reached this position? Second time? Third time?
Second time so far.
Yeah.
And remember, at this point, they can actually offer a draw.
Yeah, but now it's over. It's over because when the king moves back, the rook has to. There's no choice but the rook to return from the pawn becoming a new queen.
Okay.
And then when the king moves up, it's the third time.
I'm keeping an eye on the players
So-
in Singapore.
Now it's shake hands. The king moves up, and
Look how they're looking at each
Yeah.
other as well.
Yeah.
I feel like nobody wants to make the claim of the draw, or what is going on here?
Okay, there it is.
go.
Gukesh looks up, says this is 3 times, and they shake hands.
Wow, after 4 hours and 15 minutes, after 47 moves, the players agree, or it is a draw in Singapore. Game 6 is a draw, but it was a draw after some really
I'm
cool
still
chess.
confused why we cannot end this broadcast until we explain to me and people
Everybody.
why Ding could not go with his rook.
Permission for you, Ludvig, to use the chess engine?
100%. But first, I want to ask your immediate reaction that this is a draw. Who should be the happiest, Anna, with this result?
I think overall Gukesh, because I do think that Ding was pressuring for most of the time. But there were several moments at the end where it did look a little bit scary for Ding. Gukesh was finding some really accurate moves and really accurate plans that forced Ding to, I think, find this idea of h5. That was a really impressive idea because that king could have become so strong otherwise. So I think in this endgame that they've had, both are pretty okay with the result. But yeah, maybe Ding is going to feel like he could have done something else earlier on.
Okay.
What do you think, Hammer?
I think this is a big game for Gukesh, which is somewhat ironic to say because Gukesh now has been under pressure from Ding 3 games in a row.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Ding is playing better chess.
Wow.
But what a moment today when Gukesh says, I don't want to draw. I want to play on. I want to fight. And he did that at a moment where the chess engines were favoring Ding's position.
Yeah.
What a statement. What a guy.
Awesome.
And he generated an endgame here where he definitely did create winning chances for himself. And against a lesser player than Ding, you could have seen the fireworks of the pawns advancing up the board. So Ding has been putting pressure on Gukesh a couple of games in a row now. So I'm very impressed with Ding's ability to manage that. But then Gukesh is defending very well, and he's showing a lot of heart.
A lot of heart in
lot
this
of
game. We love that. They are tied now. Gukesh and Ding both have 3 points after 6 games. Remember, it's best out of 14 games here to decide the world champion. Have you figured out?
Yes, I've figured it out.
Okay, let's go to the board and let's look at the situation.
So if Ding had moved his rook to attack the pawn, then Gukesh could just ignore the pawn on the side of the board, continue pushing his king up, and when this black pawn is captured, then it is an extra pawn for Ding at this moment. But the problem is, the black king is involving itself through the center of the board, and if possible, the king can just continue forward into the heart of white's position. And if white tries to attack the pawn, which we can express some concern about, what if the rook just attacks the pawn? Well, then there's a white pawn that's undefended, and here Gukesh wouldn't even need to be down a pawn, down material.
No.
And he would have a really nice and active king creating dangerous situations.
Yeah, if anyone wins here, it's Gukesh in that position.
Yeah, because of the value of the king.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we underestimated how strong the king can become very quickly.
Yeah, it's such a classic rule of thumb, but you have to keep these general rules about you all the time. But the king is great in endgames. And the king is not a quick piece, but the fact that it controls one square in every direction, the only other piece that can control in every direction is the queen. So when the king gets involved without danger to its own safety, it is really a versatile piece.
Wow. Yeah, we are you upset that we missed that?
Nah, I thought this was a tricky endgame.
Yeah, it was.
We never got hammer time this game, though.
No.
It was a hard game to hammer
Well,
time.
no, but it was a game that had chances for both sides. And if anything, I think it's definitely a healthy sign that we could never be sure how the game was going to end. Because that's what keeps the excitement alive.
100%. 100%. All right. Well, tomorrow is a rest day in the Royal Chess Championship match. And then after that, we have Game 7, where Ding will have the white pieces. Did I say wrong now? No.
He played with white
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
So he will have the black pieces. Gukesh will have the white pieces. What do you expect now going forwards in the match, Anna?
Wow. I think, like I said, I think it's going to be a really close match. And it feels in a way also, I mean, Gukesh defended so well this game, but I was so impressed by how quickly Ding just saw all of this and just defended perfectly this endgame. So I feel like both players are playing very well. I mean, I think we're going to see Gukesh really trying to pressure in these games. Especially, I think the next game with white, we're going to see Gukesh really try to pressure. But yeah, I mean, Ding is just playing so well.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of a problem that's going to be for Ding.
So at this point, who's the favorite to take the crown?
I don't know. I am maybe going to say Ding.
Wow.
I'm maybe going to say Ding, but I might be wrong. But yeah, I think if Ding just stops in better positions, always going for the draw, and just tries to...
There's
Take
no
advantage.
sign that he has any intention.
I know,
of
but
doing
let me
it.
dream, Hammer. Let me dream.
So you disagree?
You think it's going to be Gukesh still?
No, I think. Well, I mean, based on the play so far, I think Ding has played better.
Yeah.
He's generating chances for himself, and then he's also generating a lot of frustration in the audience and the pundits that he keeps settling for a draw in situations where he could go for more. But I do think he's playing the better chess. It's just that, like Anna said, right? With Ding refusing to try to capitalize on his advantages, are we seeing a Ding whose strategy it is making a draw for the next 8 games and then taking Gukesh in the tiebreaks? Because 8 games is quite a long time. And I could see Gukesh accidentally winning a game in those 8.
No, absolutely. And especially we've seen today how much heart he has and how much he wants to in every position, no matter what. Fight. I mean, he was fighting for a win in a worse position. Imagine if he's in a slightly better position. He's going to fight until there's nothing to squeeze anymore. So, yeah, in that way, Gukesh is right now showing the more kind of winning strength. So I am actually not sure.
I think it's pretty evenly matched at this point. But in that, I also include the fact that I think if the match goes to tiebreaks, I think Ding, with the experience of tiebreakers from the Nepomniachtchi match, in addition to Gukesh's inexperience playing Blitz and Rapid, and when he does, he hasn't had the as good results as he does in longer time control games. I think the match is pretty evenly matched. But in saying that, I kind of like... I am saying that Ding would be very happy if the rest... I'm kind of saying that in order to win the match, Gukesh actually has to win one more than he loses over the next 8, which is giving him quite the disadvantage.
Yeah,
right? So.
Interesting. Well, today's game was a draw, but I think we're winners here in the Take studio because it was looking like a quick draw at some point right before Anna came in. Then Anna came in and they played on to play a long and interesting game. So we've been lucky here to hear the insight and thoughts of Anna. And I want to ask you now, Anna, because it's actually less than 2 weeks. They will be playing the match against Odin in the studio. What's your plans now going into that match?
Well, I want to say that I'm going to be studying chess every single day for 5 hours. And
That's
going to learn every single opening out there and surprise in every single game. But I am actually going to Los Angeles right after this.
That's true, because you're nominated for a very big award, right?
I'm nominated for Best Strategy Game Streamer at the Streamer Awards.
Wow, that's huge.
It's really fun. Yeah, I'm so happy that I was nominated and that I get to go. Especially this year, they took away the chess category. So I thought it was just completely over. But then I got nominated in that, so I'm really thankful. So I'm going to be going there, but I'll still be studying chess on the plane.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long flight, luckily. Yeah.
Hammer's face in disbelief. But no, I mean, I'm just really excited to play chess. I will be playing Rilton as well this year, which is a big chess tournament in Sweden.
Cool.
So I think the Odin match will, no matter what, be great preparation for Rilton. And I feel like I haven't played classical in a couple months, so I really want to get in that practice before my long tournament. Yeah.
And what we're watching here in Singapore, that's like long classical chess. You and Odin will also play classical chess, but it's like the shorter time control in classical.
Yes, we're going to play a shorter time control in classical. I haven't fully understood exactly what it's going to be. We're going to play 60 or 90 minutes.
Yeah, something
Don't look
like
at Jon Ludvig's face right now as he
I thought it was announced that it was 60 plus 30.
Well, that's probably correct then.
Okay, then that's probably correct, yeah.
Well, if one of the players is sitting right here, which normally would be the source of information. But I have been sitting here holding my breath for a bit, holding my tongue, I mean, because you like to think.
Oh, no.
You share this with our guys in Singapore.
Yeah.
They like to think for a very long time on their moves. And so does Anna. But if you're playing a game where you start with only 60 minutes and you never get any more time than that, how is that? Does that mean that you have to focus on your time management part of the game? Or are you just going to be in constant time pressure and just play better moves than the opponent?
I'm hoping that the fact that I have 60 minutes instead of 90 will make me realize that I cannot take any big things at any point. I think that sometimes when I have 90 minutes, I just feel like I have all the time in the world from the beginning of the game. And it makes me very calm and gives me fake confidence that's not there. So I'm hoping that, I've never played this time control before, but I'm hoping that I'm going to immediately realize that I cannot take long things and that this is almost an extended rapid game. That's the way that I'm going to try to think about it. So my goal is to not get into time trouble because I know I make the most mistakes during time trouble. So yeah, I think if I don't get into time trouble, I'm going to have some good chances.
Okay. And Jon Ludvig, you also know Odin quite well, of course, being a Norwegian chess player. He's a little bit higher rated than Anna. What will be your tips for Anna heading into that big match?
Well, I mean, Odin is... There's an expression for what he is.
Oh.
He is a coffee house player.
Yeah?
He will sacrifice stuff. He will play terrible openings according to the engine. But he thrives on trying to attack the opponent and you know, causing chaos on the board. And the best way to play against such a player is just keep your calm and don't get into time trouble, because, you know, even if you have a great position, if you get low on time, he is such a tricky guy. He will create a lot of tricks trying to get you to go wrong. So that's I think Anna doesn't need to practice her chess necessarily. I think she's just as good of a chess player as Odin. But she needs mental preparation.
Okay.
She can do that in Los Angeles.
True.
And anywhere else. She just needs to not spend as much time. And that is a lot easier said than done.
It is.
Can imagine. So who do you hold as a favorite to win the match?
How many games are you playing?
So 2 games a day, right? 2
Yeah.
classical games a day for 2 days. And then there might be some blitz tiebreaks kind of thing.
I think it's 2 or 3 days.
Uh-huh.
It's 4 to 6 games. I need to exactly check. I'm not sure if it's been fully.
Yeah, okay. No, I think it's very evenly matched, but if it does get into blitz tiebreaks, Anna, much like Gukesh, I think would be better advised deciding it in the classical portion.
Okay.
Odin's risky play is more easily punished when you have time to weigh your options and consider your moves.
Okay. Well, thank you for the tips, Hammer. How do you think I should do my mental preparation?
Good question.
I think you should make a tape recording your own voice or PS voice, whichever works better for you. And then you should play the tape while you're sleeping.
Oh.
And the comments should be something like, I will not spend 20 minutes on one move in the opening. Or something like, the time I spend now is time I will miss around move 40 or in the time scramble.
It sounds like I'm not going to sleep well for the next couple of weeks.
No, but it should be like very low volume, right? And it should just fester inside your head so that you internalize it.
Yeah. Or you could say, strong, confident woman. For anyone who watched chess, maybe gets that reference. I don't know. No one. Really? You didn't watch Friends?
Oh, I thought this was like a Queen's Gambit reference, and I was like, I don't know. No,
you
I
have the
haven't watched
episode where he's trying to stop smoking. I think it's Chandler. And he records a tape just like this, and it says...
Oh, no, I think he bought a tape.
He bought a tape, and it says, be a strong, confident woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could work as well.
Could work. I'll rewatch that episode, and then I'll do whatever he does.
Exactly. Do what Chandler does.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. Well, Game 6 in World Chess Championship history is often an interesting game, and we definitely had an interesting game. But it was a tie, and Gukesh and Ding, they are still tied in the World Chess Championship match. 3 points each. Tomorrow is a rest day, we're going to record some very cool content with Anna here in Oslo, and we will be back for Game 7 on Tuesday. Remember, there is a post-game show coming out later today with Levi Rossman and Magnus Carlsen, so join us for that, and thanks for watching.